on and go. Hello there, friends, and welcome. Happy Friday the 13th of October. Happy Spooky Day, ladies and gents. It's that time again. It is time for our annual playthrough of one of my favorite all-time games. Here They Lie, a PSVR horror classic. Maybe the most unique game that I've ever played. And you all are about to see why, as we're going to play through the whole thing tonight and kind of try to decipher it together. But this is going to be a little bit different than our previous streams. I've done this, I think, on 3 or 4 other occasions. We've played all the way through it, but it's going to be a little bit different tonight because I've got some help on commentary. My good friend Eric is joining me tonight. What's up, Eric? How you doing?
What's up, Wes? How are you doing, man? I feel privileged to be here to be able to do this thing with you, man. This is like going and watching like The Birds with Alfred Hitchcock.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of is. It's funny that you say that because, who the fuck am I? I'm just a big fan of this game. But if everything goes to plan in the way that it's supposed to go, in about 3 hours or so, the creator of Here They Lie is supposed to join us on commentary. So, it's going to be kind of something where we're going to kind of wing it and try to put it together as we're going here on the fly. As you know, I've never spoken to the gentleman before. I just happened to tag him up earlier today in a direct message, and he got back to me. He seemed really happy that I was playing Here They Lie on the 7th anniversary of the game's release, and I asked him to join us, and surprisingly he agreed. So I'm super excited for that. This is a dude, Corey Davis, that I've wanted to speak to for years. So what you're saying is actually kind of true. It is going to kind of be like watching The Birds with Hitchcock, right? And kind of picking his brain a little bit to see if like some of the bullshit that I've spewed out about this game over the years is actually accurate or not. It's going to be a unique opportunity.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. I think it's super cool that he decided to come in and do this. And, for a game that's 7 years old now, Wes, I mean, that's pretty amazing that it still, like, kind of stands up today. And it's cool that he's going to come in and celebrate it with us.
Well, let's be clear when we say the game stands up today. This is very much last gen VR. This is first gen VR. Like, this is a gamepad game. It's a walking simulator on an outdated headset. What makes this game special is the kind of journey that it takes you on and the kind of meaning behind the journey. That's what makes it special. This game is it's violent, it's perverse, but it's also extremely profound in what the actual. It isn't being shocking just to be shocking. It actually, if I'm reading it correctly, there is a meaning behind it. There is a message, and that's kind of what we're going to work toward through the stream tonight. But let me just tell you, this is the first time I've had my PSVR on in probably 9 months or longer, and holy crap, man! People think that they have Mira now. Like, go put your old PSVR on. Take a look at that thing. Like, this is crazy just how blurry and shimmery everything is. People don't know how good they have it these days, Eric.
Yeah, it's super. To be fair, this game is ugly. It's gonna be ugly, but it's not about the visuals in this game. Well, I guess it is about some of the visuals. It's not about how good the visuals look. It's about the visuals and like the psychological kind of things that will go through it. That make it stand up to today. And yeah, I mean, we're spoiled now, right? We're talking about the PlayStation VR 2 and it's this and it's that, and then all of a sudden you go back and you go put that PlayStation VR 1 on and you're like, ooh, man, look at that screen door, look at that Vaseline.
Yeah, so what typically happens when I move back to these old headsets is it's really shocking at first, but over time my eyes adjust, my brain adjusts, and you kind of tune into it, and things just magically start to look better, and I'm hoping that's what happens here. This actually is, as far as like PSVR games go, a pretty good looking game. There's a lot of detail in the environments and characters, but again, it's on. This is a 2016 game on a 2016 headset, so it's kind of a victim of the technology. Hopefully, one day, someone will see fit to fund at least a remaster of this game, if not a full remake, because I do feel like it's a game that has kind of garnered a bit of a cult following amongst the PSVR faithful. So yeah, hopefully that's something that maybe one day we can all make happen, and I'm sure it's something that that someone's going to ask Mr. Davis when he joins us later what the chances are of that ever happening. But with that said, I don't want to spend 30 minutes in the menu here. Why don't, if you wouldn't mind, let me know who's in the chat joining us as I get this show started.
Yeah, let's do a little call out here. We'll talk to chat and say hi while Wes gets things going. And I will say, while I'm doing this, everybody, there's 33 people watching in chat now. Do me a favor. Let me know how many first-time people, like, you know, if you were the first time either watching somebody play this game or playing this game yourself, you know, let me know in chat, because I'd like to let Wes know, because it'd be interesting to see how many people. First one here was here 5 hours ago, Wes. That would be Brian Paul of PSVR without parole. It says 5 hours. What am I going to do in the next 5 hours? We got four-wheeling here. Dead Ringer the Game Cat Assassin 32 VR is here. What's up, man? Thanks for your shout out earlier. Steven Ratter is here. Mecon Artist. VR Spry Guy is here on his birthday on Friday the 13th. Where you go, buddy? Salvador, Silver Nexus. Let's see who else we got. We got Looper, the Underground Game Cat, True Prophecy 22. Because I only played about a half an hour of Here They Lie back in the day. I'm eager to see more of the game after hearing how much Wes appreciates it. It takes a while to a little bit to get into this game too. So like a half hour, you haven't really seen this game.
No, not at all. The first level is kind of desolate, actually. First couple of levels, but it really takes off with level 3.
Yeah. Mad Vegan is here. We have a Chinatown D sighting. What's up, D? It's Friday.
Tick, tock, 12
Josh M. Michelle Dillon is here. What's up, Michelle? Who else? Let's see. Philosix. Is it Elchaya, the Soul Reaving Game Cat? I'm gonna think that's what I think that's what that says.
That's close enough.
A Perky PSVR 2 Game Cat.
I thought I was over you, but I have to admit,
Look at this lady.
it was great seeing you after so long. Maybe I was wrong about us.
I think so.
Mark Smith is here. Travis, and I think we're up to date.
I don't know.
In time.
It's a big decision. Come see me when you've made up your mind.
I've already made up my mind, honey. Can you get on the train with me? So the game starts off by this lovely lady meeting you at the train station, saying that maybe she was wrong about us, and that I need to come and see her when I've made my decision. So right off the top, it sounds like maybe she's an ex-girlfriend. And again, I'm kind of approaching this playthrough as though I've never played the game before, right? I'm not going to jump to the conclusions right at the front, but right at the front it seems like maybe there's she's an ex-girlfriend or something, and she put me on the train, and as soon as I got on the train, as you can see, everything changed. It's all black and white, everything's broken, and it looks kind of old. It looks like, I don't know, like 1950s or something. Eerie sound effects, some weird advertisements on the wall. Held over, not to be missed, the verdict is in. We all need alone time. The Eternity Spa. Can't unsee what you like. How true is that? When was the last time you had a good time? listeners till I played this game.
Wes, we get quite a few new first-timers here, so this is very cool. Never seen this one. Steven Rattler, Silver Nexus.
What's up? Welcome everyone. Thanks to the noobs that are stopping by, and thanks to all the Gamecats and strangers that are joining us once again. Alright, so right off the top here, every time I play this game, Eric, I notice something that I never noticed before. Typically it takes me a couple of hours, but right here within the first 5 minutes I noticed something that I've never noticed before. And that is, if you look up at the light here, it's a maze. Can you see the maze up there on the light?
Yeah. That's crazy. The amount of times you play this game.
You see this maze all throughout the game. And you kind of wonder what it is. But I've never noticed it on the train before. There we go. Right off the top, we've already noticed something new. Let's make our way to the front of the train here and see what. Absolutely hate that there's no smooth turning here. It's quick turn only. Blink turn it. Oh, what the? There was a silhouette of some, like, people with animal heads. And then a puddle of blood before the lights went out.
Is there anything you can compare this game to, Wes? Like another game
No.
that's even close psychologically?
No, I've never played anything like this. That's why I love it so much. It's just so different. I can boost you up here. Give me just a second. You should be significant.
Yeah, any better guys? Let me know.
And game audio is kind of loud too. That's probably why. Let me turn that down a little bit.
This opening scene reminds me a little bit now, or the switchback opening scene reminds me of this scene a little bit, I guess.
Yeah, a little
the
bit.
train car
right?
and the fire and.
Yeah, I see that for sure.
I guess it's the game is too loud, West, they're saying.
Yeah, I turned it down a little bit. Hopefully I'll turn it down a little more.
Silver Nexus says it's better.
Okay, all right. We'll leave it where it's at. If it's still too loud, let us know, and we can adjust on the fly here. The sound effects in this game are just top notch. Like any great horror experience, absolutely bone-chilling sound effects and ambient noise. That's not good. Holy crap, man. That was...
He's coming for you. You have to hurry.
Okay, so there's like a fire dude that started to climb up out of the floor, and then my girlfriend's voice in my head tells me that he's coming for me and I need to hurry. So it looks like we can get off the train now. And I can hear in the distance, really the only thing I hear in the distance in this big train station is a clock. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Interesting. So this is a bit of a walking simulator. It's an exploration game pretty much. You're trying to find your way. I hear whispers.
Creepy.
Yeah. You're just trying to find your way through it, basically, and figure out what's going on. It's the whole meaning of the game is just to kind of make your way through it and find your way out. Figure out what the situation is that's taking place here. Because it's weird, right? Like, we were full color with our girl. We got on a train. Now everything's black and white. and everything looks old from like the 50s and 60s. I thought I could run. Can I not run? I can't. I have to pull the trigger to run. There are things you can find, collectibles and such, and I'll show to you what those are shortly. I'm having some issues with my thumbstick on this old ass controller. I might have to switch controllers in a minute.
You got more than one controller?
I do. I have two. I didn't know which
Nice.
one. I knew one of them had problems. I didn't know which one was which, and I grabbed the bad one, of course.
I'm not even sure if I have PlayStation 4 controllers. I got them somewhere. I must have them somewhere.
All right, so the schedule at the train station here, just all of the times flipped over to canceled. And when
Oh,
that
hey,
happened,
Wes. Steven Ratter is in the chat. I said earlier. He said, "Hey guys, thanks for playing. I was one of the 2 environment artists of this game. I can answer just about any question about the art."
oh, hello, friend. I have got some questions for you. So you were one of the environment artists. The first thing I would like to know is this your concept? Did someone else kind of come to you with concept art and have you kind of work it out, or did you have some kind of input to kind of the way the characters and environments look in this game? Anyway, so now joining the ever louder TikTok sound, I'm starting to hear a typewriter as well. Well, one of the things that one of the recurring themes that this game keeps coming back to is this kind of a time dilation. You'll notice many times in the game that you'll seem like you'll be stepping outside of time. Even getting on the train and ending up here, it's like we came back in time. But watch what happens. We've got this clock in front of us. It's very loud. Watch what happens when we walk up to it and just stare at it for a minute. Crazy, right?
Steven says there were no concept artists on the game. All the train, and he says all of the train destinations are sunken ships or lost ships at sea.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
So this is almost like a psychedelic experience, staring at this thing. You stare at the clock, time starts to slow down, and you get all of these particle effects and kind of waves emanating from the clock. Very reminiscent of, like I said, almost a psychedelic experience, which again is another kind of recurring theme that I've noticed. Okay, so when we come out of that little hallucination sequence there, we hear kind of a weird chime, almost, and now everything's back to normal. So we're just going to kind of look around here for some collectibles before we track down the sound, the typewriter, the source of that.
I was wondering if with Steven, I mean, was it always a thought that you were going to go black and white with this game? Did you ever, was there any idea or thought that maybe you go, with a color theme, or was the black and white, from the beginning? Because I think it's one of the coolest things about the game. I don't know if it would, do you think it would be the same if it was like, didn't have that look to it, Wes?
No. This is something that's very distinct in this game, and there's only been a handful of other games that kind of have gone this direction, and part of like the vibe and even nostalgia when I think about this game is the whole black and white aspect of it. And anytime I play any other game in VR that's black and white, it always throws me back to this one because of this kind of early experience that I had. But no, it's taking you back in time, right? To a time when, most of the video footage that we have from this time is all black and white footage. So I think that's kind of, well, I think that's one of the reasons that they decided to go black and white with it. I think another reason we can kind of talk about later as we uncover kind of what the ultimate message of the game is. I don't want to spoil it right out,
Yeah.
at the beginning here, but I do think there's another reason for it, that this kind of world that we find ourselves in isn't in fully detail color, but we'll get to that.
Steven says
Kinda-
that it was always going to be black and white from the beginning, and he said using color very carefully, so when it comes, it means something when you do see things in color.
And that's absolutely right. When you that is 100% correct. Everything that has color in this game, and there is quite a bit. There are quite a few things that have color, and they all have some meaning behind them. And here's our first actual look at color right in this box here, as we find a photo. And these photos are something that you'll find throughout the game, and every time that you find one, you get a bit of an audio clip of someone just kind of speaking their mind about various different abstract issues or concepts, I guess I should say.
When I was 6, I was in a car accident and I almost lost my leg. I bit my tongue off and broke my jaw right down the middle, and I think that's made me who I am.
Silver Nexus says very
People telling
over the
me I'll never
rainbow.
walk again, or telling me this
This
or
is the
that
black and
about
white, I
yourself.
assume.
Overcoming that through my early
Chris Brown is in
childhood
chat, Wes,
probably shaped
and
and
Steven
molded me.
Ratter says Chris Brown,
I
another
really don't
dev
like
in the
looking
house.
at video of me when I was
Nice,
a little
10
girl, 'cause I
gentlemen
look at that
representing.
and it disturbs
Are
me
you
all the
guys
time, and it bothers
are you
me
guys both
that it
working
had to
with
be so
Eyes
serious
Out,
at
or are you
6
just
and 8
kind
years
of
old.
alumni of Here They Lie? Be interested to know that. So I didn't catch all the audio there, but basically a girl who was describing a traumatic experience from her childhood and how it kind of shaped her and who she eventually became as an adult. All right, that's enough exploration.
Just
So,
remember, Wes, I have no audio, so if I need to shut up, just let me know before. Like, if I don't want to talk over something that people should be hearing, because I can't hear what you hear in game.
Okay. So anytime that you see me looking at one of those color photos, there's an audio clip playing.
Nice.
And
Chris says
I'll-
both here at Eyes Out.
Nice. Oh God, there's so much I'd love to know. I'm sure you guys can't share anything about that, but man, I'm so looking forward to whatever it is that they're working on at Eyes Out. Eyes Out is a new studio that was announced probably about 2 years ago. Most of the team, advertised team that are working on their unnamed project are people that worked on Here They Lie. And we don't know a lot about what they're working on. We know it's a horror game. We know it's very audio centric and is going to take a very different approach to horror than anything that we've seen before. So I'm super excited. There's probably nothing that I'm more excited for in the future coming up than this mysterious game that they're working on. A box with a what looks like a dead crow or something in there. Anyway, we found the office. This is where the typewriter noises are coming from.
We have our third member from Eyes Out, Jen
Nice.
Tonin. Hi Jen, how are you doing?
That's amazing. Thank you all so much for joining. This is incredible. Such a fan of this game. I mean, there's a reason why I take the opportunity every October to play through it and kind of, try to decipher it for people.
Yeah, Rody the Game Cat, another fan, said at Devs, just want to say thanks. I've played through this 4 times. It's a game experience I will never forget. Well done.
Okay, so we see a newspaper on the chair here. It says it's very difficult to read. Something by Sorrow, Death Unleashed. So it seems to be, the headline seems to be referring to some kind of disaster. But we walked in the room. The typewriter we could hear from outside the room. We get in here, There's nobody behind the typewriter, and the noise stops. And now the phone's ringing. So I'm going to answer the phone here, Eric. There is going to be some audio whenever I answer the phone.
Buddy, when'd you get back in town? How you been? Man, if you're here, we have to meet up. You know, spray the town red like the old days. I just have to figure out where the hell I am. The streets don't look the same anymore.
So that's our buddy. We talked to him quite a bit throughout this game, and he says that it's been a long time, something to that effect, and that he wants to, quote, spray the town red, which sounds like it could be fun for some people, but maybe not so much fun for others, right? But he says first he has to figure out where the hell he is, which is interesting. Anyway, there's a note flashing over here by the typewriter. Let's see what the note says. Look what I made for you, the maker said. It was a thing of spit and filth and ash, and it turned its pretty head and smiled with teeth that were not its own. Well, that's a disturbing mental picture. Look what I made for you.
Oh my god.
All right, so that's
Steven
a
said
weird.
the paper is the Evening Lamprey. That was the newspaper or the paper.
The Evening Lamprey. That's interesting. The Silver Key Chronicle. Maybe not that one. Anyway, look. I mean, it's pretty cool. Dynamic shadows in a 2016 game. Pretty cool. And again, like I said, the headset and the technology itself is a bit low res, but the game, like, everything's very detailed. It's almost, I don't know, it's like kind of photo real in a way, but in another way, like it's kind of surreal because of the environments and situation that you're in.
How about this game if it had PlayStation 5 support with PlayStation VR 2 support? Oh my god, it would look so good with the OLED lenses.
Oh, I know, man. I know. It needs it. There's never a better candidate for a current gen upgrade than this. Give us some motion controllers, give us a little bit of an up-res to it. It doesn't need much. The game is, it's a piece of art as it is, but certainly could use current gen support. I always say if I ever win the lottery, I'm going to buy the rights to this game and pay someone to up-res it. All right, so I'm going to show you one of the very coolest things about this game, and one of the things that first tipped me off that I was in a different kind of experience. So we already kind of, played with the idea of the time dilation and how that kind of is reminiscent of the psychedelic experience, right? So we start down this hall trying to make our way out, and we come to this picture of like a dead fish or something on the wall. But if you sit here and you stare at this picture for a minute, you'll notice something else that happens. And this is another thing that's extremely reminiscent of a true real-life psychedelic experience. I don't know how much you can tell by looking on the flat screen there, but the picture starts to change. The more you stare at it, there's these kind of waves that start emanating from it, and the picture itself starts to morph into something else. And that's cool. I've never seen anything like this in a game. And there are other games like Layers of Fear that have this kind of reputation for being this psychedelic horror game. I've never played anything in any game that more accurately represents or recreates the psychedelic experience than this game. There's just so many cool little effects and things that if you have a trained eye and pay attention, you'll notice in this game.
Nice.
And this is one of them. This is absolutely crazy, the way the pictures change in this game.
Steven says he wants to take you up on your deal if you win the lottery.
Well, you have my word, sir. I don't play the lottery very often, but If I ever have the bankroll, you can bet I'm bringing this one with me. Anyway, something else that you notice a lot in this game is, you're constantly moving through it. Like any kind of walking simulator or game in general, you're just trying to find your way through. But this one's kind of unique because you often find yourself descending, just moving down, 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 constantly moving down. Not always, but probably 75% of the time that you're moving through this game, you're kind of moving down to the, down a level. We have kind of what appears to be like a rail map here, like an old rail map. And again, if you just sit and you look at it, don't look away, it starts to morph and change in front of you. Maybe not as heavy of an effect as with the fish, but definitely the colors are starting to bleed and move out in waves. Certain lines are disappearing while others are appearing. Super cool. Alright, we do have a flashlight. It's like the only tool that we have. If I can remember how to turn it on. There we go. And this is all the motion control. So this is a gamepad game, but it's a tracked gamepad. So I can actually move my flashlight around here and look at stuff as I need to, which is pretty cool.
Wes, if you had to take a guess as to what the meaning is behind the things morphing, do you think it's like memories changing or fading in and out, or like what do you think? What do you think it is, or do you just think it's just a psychedelic effect?
Again, I don't want to kind of jump to the end, but I think that your instincts there are pretty spot on, right? You when you mentioned memory,
Mm-hmm.
you were asking me a moment ago why this place might be why there might not be any color in it, and what the kind of meaning behind that might be. And I think some of that might have a little something to do with the fact that, or the idea that maybe this isn't like 100% real, or in the real physical world as we're living in. Again, the changers, the pictures changing and bleeding. I could just sit and stare at this stuff for hours. But we won't do that. There's some kind of weird piano music playing. I think it's coming from in here. There's a door that says no entry, but it's open, so you know what I'm going to do.
Assassin32 had said, imagine what they could do with eye tracking, and Chris Brown had said, that's a feature I definitely wish we had back then.
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting proposition, right? And we've talked about this before, kind of, if you know where the player's looking, then you know where they're not looking. And if you know where they're not looking, there's a lot that can be happening just outside their field of view, and that's a very interesting concept if you're talking about a horror game, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's happening just outside your field of view, or even in the periphery. You can have things always happening and moving in the periphery. When someone looks at it, it just stops, or maybe something else happens. So here's the source
Jay
of our
Brad has
music.
just stopped. Sorry, Wes.
That's good.
Just say Jay Brat has stopped in as well. I just wanted to say he remembers this game all too well.
What's up, Jay Brat? Thanks for stopping by, friend. So, somebody was playing a record in here, it looks like. But again, just like The Office, nobody's home. Alright, so my flashlight is out of batteries, but you actually can find batteries throughout the game, and I did find some. Oh, maybe I just turned it off. My bad. See, there's some batteries there. Let us help you
Steven
find
says, look back at the door.
Let us help you find your true potential, the Department of Information. And notice that right there next to the Department of Information, there's a very familiar symbol. I love these old cigarette machines that are everywhere in this game too. Again, it's just something that kind of gives me nostalgia. Even though I wasn't alive during this era, a lot of this technology and stuff was around when we were kids, right? Like these old telephones, these old record players, and cigarette machines. This is all stuff I remember from when I was young. We found another letter. Oh boy. The gasping fish in the palm of your hand. The fishbowl close by. How tasty it is to be a god. Even just a tiny god. Even for just a moment. So it sounds like a bit of a sadistic power fantasy, right? Watching the pet goldfish die in your hand or something. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get my other controller in a few minutes. This thumbstick is just killing me.
Somebody said you could use your DualSense?
That's the only thing you can use is your DualSense. Oh no, your DualSense? I don't know if you can or not. Like
somebody said it earlier in chat.
I would be surprised if that were true. Most of these old PSVR games, you have to have the original controllers for them.
Yeah, I don't remember who said it, but I'll go back and look.
Well, it's a track gamepad game. I know that they can't, even if it does support DualSense, you're not gonna. It wouldn't be able to track your flashlight like the DualShock does. So this picture of this frog here is like morphing pretty heavily when you stare at it, actually. We got like an elephant skull.
Very freaky.
Yeah. And the way the black kind of starts to bleed into it. Weird, man. So here we are again, descending once more. There's the picture of the fish again. You'll see a lot of these pictures kind of popping up over and over again. There's the rail map again. It's almost, the scene looks almost identical to the last time we went down the stairs, but we continue on.
Oh yeah, right? It does look the same. Steven said, glad you love those old cigarette candy and condom machines. That was very important to get those in.
Yeah, absolutely. We found another room here that's open. Another cigarette machine. Oh, it's the bathroom. And someone left the water on. Okay, so here's
Looper said he played it with the DualSense.
Oh, so it does work with the DualSense. That's interesting.
It says it's not tracked. It's just gyro tracking.
Okay, well, I mean that might be good enough. It's not like I'm moving my arms around a whole lot. I might just grab my DualSense here in a minute and give it a shot. But this is the first time we actually get a look at our character.
That's awesome.
It looks a bit disheveled and aged. But I mean, I've seen worse looking people in real life.
I was gonna say, don't we all?
Yeah. Alright, here's another flashing box. What's inside? Alright, so we've got another one of these color photographs. Again, Eric, this will play a bit of an audio clip when I pick it up.
Hmm?
You're alive, dude. Enjoy what you want to. Tomorrow's not guaranteed. Today is a fucking realization. Yesterday is gone, like fucking 2,000, 5,000 years ago. Either you believe a truth or you believe a lie. Some may live and some may die.
So this looks.
Predominant thought rules the cosmos. Laugh about it. It's a joke.
So this sounds like some early 20s kid, half blasted out of his mind, waxing philosophical about the nature of time and space, the universe. but maybe not doing the most effective job of getting his ideas across. Or, as people like to call it here in Kentucky, where I'm at, some new age hippie bullshit. Just joking. Not really, but. Alright, we continue on through the tunnels. Oh, we have an actual lady in the picture here. So as we stare at this picture, we can kind of hear like the train come to a screeching halt. So I don't know if this is Our Lady or someone else, but it's certainly an interesting photograph. We have like a old house here or something. And again, you can kind of see the old technology here. There's a like a one of the old school antennas on top of the house, or maybe that's even a weather vane. It still has that cool effect on it though. Oh look, Eric, it's the way out. Do you believe it?
Nope. Nope.
Well, we're gonna go that way because it's the only way we can go. This picture always struck me weird because you can't really tell what it is of. You know, on one hand, it looks like maybe there's some boards or something leaning up against something else, but on the other hand, if you look at it, it kind of looks like maybe like a dress, like a bit of a silhouette of a woman poking out from the shadows there. But you can't really tell what that is. I've never quite been able to make out what that is or what it means.
It does look like an arm and a hand, right?
Right. It looks almost like, I don't know, the kind of pose that it's making. It looks kind of, I don't know, like witchy. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like it looks a little bit ominous. Weird.
It's
Oh,
a
here's a cool one.
dressmaker's mannequin,
Oh,
Steven says.
Revelation, a dressmaker's mannequin. Okay, interesting. So we have bugs here. Looks like a lot of crickets. Maybe. Yeah, those definitely look like crickets there.
Looper says there is a smooth turning option, but it forces severe blinders, so you may not want to use it.
Oh, that's right. So it's kind of weird. A lot of these pictures are of animals and insects, and they seem like animals that have kind of like died in the name of, you know, scientific studies. So like we had like a dissected frog, and now we have this kind of chart with all these different insects kind of neatly put in the neat rows on it. And then we had the kind of cross section of a fish where you could see its skeletal structure. And then we had the elephant, and we had the snake. Like, it all seems like stuff you would see in like a museum or maybe some kind of a science lab, which is weird.
That is freaky. We have Maximus Wonga says that's a photo of a saint figurine from the main Catholic church in Ponce, Puerto Rico. I think this is the dress mannequin. Her clothes rotted off the metal armature, and Steven says Maximus Wongus gave me the photos. She's right.
Excellent.
That's
Interesting.
super cool information, and that's so cool.
I'm gonna have to watch this stream back now and start to put
I know.
a whole new thought into this now that I know that these little details. I'd be interested to know, you know, did you all pick these photographs and these different images for any specific reason other than they're just kind of creepy and old, or do they actually have some kind of like meaning or some kind of role in the larger meaning of the game?
That's a great question. Stephen had said, Maximus had given many of the photos, and she's his wife. That's
That
pretty cool.
is
Welcome.
awesome. Yeah, congratulations. Having a cool wife. Excuse me. So for the first time now, we're not actually descending. We're going to ascend up a staircase here. So it seems like that really was the way out, Eric. I see sunlight.
You think? Steven is answering your question, Wes, from before. He said they have shared meetings. I'd say yes.
I'm going to break my brain tomorrow watching this back, Eric. Trying to figure it out. All right.
You
so
will
here we
too. I
are.
could see you watching this several times over.
Oh, yeah. For sure. So we make our way out of the subway system into looks like a bit of a shanty town here, but again, where are all the people at? There are no people here. And you can tell they haven't been gone long because there's steaming pots over here. What are these people eating? Well, doesn't that look appetizing? I don't even know what that is.
What's in the pot? What's in the pot?
What's in the pot? Okay, so it's an abandoned town. If you listen, you can kind of hear very faint sounds of like children playing. But again, nobody to be seen here. Just completely desolate urban area from, 40s, 50s, 60s.
Eel soup was in the pot, Wes.
Eel soup, my favorite.
Steven's got all the info, man. This is the coolest thing ever.
This is great. I'm not going to have any questions left for Corey when he shows up. Steven's got all the answers. All right. So when I walked over here, the sound of the children playing got super loud, and then it just went away altogether.
Steven said, many things in our world are made of eels and rotten peaches.
Yeah, I've noticed the peaches, although I thought they were apples. So they're actually peaches, huh? Oh, I found another note. We are shadows of shadows of shadows. 1,000 generations of shadows flickering on bare cave walls. If you close your eyes tight, you might remember which one was you. So this note always kind of stood out to me because most of these notes are just really painting some kind of disturbing scene, visual imagery for your mind. But this one's different because this one, again, it kind of has a philosophical undertone. This is more like something that you would expect to hear when you find one of the photographs. This sounds like something that one of those people would say. So this one always kind of stuck out to me. This and a couple other ones, actually. Little old water tower over there, people hanging out, clothes everywhere. So when you all designed this level, did you go back and study a lot of old photographs from whatever period that you designed this after? Like, there's a lot of old video out there, even of like the very, very early 1900s. Like, you can find video from the 1920s on YouTube that's been restored and is actually in pretty good shape. And a lot of this stuff looks pretty accurate to the time, actually, or to that half a century, I guess I should say. Liquors and wines. Let's go, baby. That's close. There's a door. Got flocks of birds. Maybe a murder of crows. The only life that I've seen in this game other than Our Lady in gold. So we have another photo here.
You can only ask a question that only you can answer. That's the trick about questions. You contemplate things before those who told you what to contemplate thought. When you're born, you don't know. So you come into this place, but it doesn't replace like knowing or thinking about a seed being planted in the ground. We were seeds being planted to grow into sons. People need to hear that or they'll die.
People need to hear that or they'll die. So again, some more philosophy on the nature of our existence here, and kind of a bit of a take on humanity kind of being a blank slate or a seed, as they describe it, when you're born into the world, and kind of how the world and everyone you meet throughout your life kind of sets the template in your mind and frames things for you, so that you can contemplate things for yourself, but it's not really you contemplating for yourself. It's everyone that you've come into contact from before you that's kind of taught you what to think, and your any type of contemplation that we're capable of, it's always within that framework of what we've been taught and what we've learned throughout our life. I think that's kind of what he was getting at there.
A question for Steven or Chris, like who from the team penned the story for this? You know, did you bring in somebody outside to kind of like write the story, or was it just somebody from the team, or can you let us know that? And Steven said studied old photos and architecture, then made some modular pieces, storefronts, etc., and did a lot of mixing and matching.
So the phone's ringing again. I think I have my earbuds in backwards. It's my directional audio is backwards. Okay. So yeah, phone's ringing again. Let's see who it is.
Ah, sorry, got disconnected there. So, why'd you come back? Wait a second. You're here to see Dana, you dog. What, you gonna get back together again? What was that? Is there someone there with you?
All right, so Eric, I know you can't hear, so that was our buddy again, and he was asking why we came back. Why are you back? And then after a second, he goes, "Oh, I know why you're here. You're here to see Dana." So I'm assuming that the lady that we're chasing, that's
Lady
Dana.
in yellow?
Yeah, the lady in yellow must be Dana.
Right.
And
that's the first time we hear mention of her name.
Right. Also, the way the phone call concluded, he heard like the wind kind of blowing behind me and kind of these shutters slamming, and it scared him. He said, What's that noise?" And he got really, really scared and just hung up. So that was a bit strange. Let's explore the town here a little bit.
Steven said it was a very small team, mainly one-person departments. So,
wow, I bet. So, myself and people who really appreciate this game for what it is, really, honestly, think that it's a very special piece of art. Piece of digital art. When you were working on this, again, you mentioned it's a small team overall, one-person departments. Did it feel like you were doing something special, or again, was it the kind of the drive of it to just shock people? Because there's a lot of shocking imagery in this game, but again, I think there's a lot more to it than just being shocking. I think that there's ultimately a message behind it all. Again, very unique, unlike anything else that I've ever experienced in gaming, and special. So I got to imagine there must have been some sense of pride that goes into working on a project like this.
Yeah, I mean, and to say that people are, we're live streaming this 7 years to the date of the initial game, and you don't see that very often in games. And Steven had said there was another, um, sorry, I lost the message now. Larry Vargas was the another environmental artist with him, a fine fellow, great artist. And then he also said that the creation ideas were a collaborative process with the whole team, but Corey created the lion's share of the story and the narrative.
Cool. So
And then he answered your question, Wes, and said, absolutely, it was one of the most special games I've made.
So here we are in the middle of this, again, early 20th century town. And all this old technology's around here, right? But then you look up and there's a security camera. Like a modern security camera panning the street. So this is one of the first real signs that, well, I mean, not one of the first, it's one of a few signs that something's not right here. That you're not really here, right? This is not a real place. It doesn't make sense for that to be here.
Steven says, we never just came up with ideas for shock's sake, mostly trying for compelling visuals that meant something to use and hopefully had resonance with others.
Well, that makes sense. Because, yeah, even the most shocking things that you see in this game, if I understand the meaning of it correctly, that it all makes sense. There's only a few things that I really don't understand, and they've done a good job so far of kind of giving some meaning to some of that with the pictures and stuff earlier. Oh, another letter. 30 underneath the broken wall. 40 waiting in the station. 2,000 in the streets. 5,000 in the city. 40 million sleeping. 5 billion breathing. So I read this and I start to get like a mental picture, right? Zooming out. So at the very start of it, 30 underneath the broken wall, 40 waiting in the station. So that says to me train wreck or some sort of a wreck, right? Like there sounds like there's been an accident. And since we came from the train station and we heard the noises of the screeching brakes, it sounds like maybe there was some kind of an accident, some kind of a catastrophe. But then from there, 2,000 in the streets. So you zoom out another layer into the streets. 5,000 in the city. Again, zooming out another layer. 40 million sleeping. So now you're zooming out to the country level, and then 5 billion breathing. Now you're kind of taking a look at things from the outside the Earth, right? Like looking down on the planet, which is a interesting, kind of perspective for them to put you in here, right? And again, with the kind of language there that makes you think, well, maybe there was some sort of an accident, some sort of catastrophe. It also makes you kind of think about what the title of the game is. Here They Lie. Makes it sound like an epitaph, right? Like somebody died, right? Like there's a lot, or at least someone's dead here. So, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Steven says, lots of feelings of loss, longing, mistakes, and regret.
Yes, definitely a lot of that. So at this point, as a new player, I'm picking up on these clues here that there was some kind of a catastrophe that went down. People died, and on top of that, I'm in a place that's devoid of color mostly. There's technology being mixed in from different eras, so I'm starting to wonder now: am I in the afterlife? Am I not in the real world? Is this the afterlife? And if this is the afterlife, given the creepy nature of everything and the fact that we're almost always descending, is this hell? Is this purgatory? Am I making my way toward hell? That's what I'm thinking at this point again, as a new player that's never played the game before.
Yeah, just for clarification, anybody who's coming in, Wes has played this game many, many, many times, but he's trying to go through it right now for everybody here as if it's his first time playing, so he doesn't assume things or spoil things for anybody.
Right. Yeah, we'll get to the ultimate meaning in due time, but right now we're just kind of exploring it as if it's new. With the exception of the fact that we have devs in the chat and I have questions for them. So so this is a strange thing, right? This is something that I first noticed. Maybe it was last year, maybe it was the year before. But there's a chair in this room. It's just nothing in here but a chair. And then on the wall, holy crap. Well, that was another hallucination sequence with cockroaches all over the wall. But before that sequence, there we go. You can notice that it's the maze again. Remember the maze from the train, Eric?
Oh
Here it
yeah,
is again.
from the light on the train.
So there's a chair in this room that's just facing that maze, like someone was just sitting here staring at it. So now, as a new player, seeing this maze recurring, and the fact that I've kind of been trying to find my way through this place, I'm starting to wonder, am I in that maze? Like, am I making my way towards something? And does that picture represent kind of the journey that I'm on right now? We're going to just kind of go down some more steps and explore the lower levels of the old city here. And those of you that can hear, just take a moment to appreciate the ambient noise.
Steven said we had a lot of ownership to come up with and contribute ideas, and yet sometimes with what we put in, I couldn't believe Sony let us. As in, are they even paying attention to what's in here?
Oh, I know. I've said that many times. So, like, how in the hell did they get this through QA? You guys are going to see here in a few minutes. Some of the stuff in here is just unbelievable. I mean, this was a game. If I'm not mistaken, Sony published this. Like, this isn't just something that's on their platform. Like, they published this, and it's some of the most violent, vulgar stuff that I've ever seen. And the vulgarity, it is a bit subdued. I mean, some of it's implied, but they don't leave a lot to the imagination. They take it pretty far. You'll see. Anyway, I found this road again, going down, down, down. It makes me, it's very unsettling to always be moving downward, especially if you're wondering if you're in the afterlife. And then look at that. Buildings growing up out of the ground. Skyscrapers just popping up before your eyes. So if there was any question at this point whether or not you're in the real world or in some kind of a dream state, there's your answer. Buildings don't just grow.
Oh yeah, look at that. Steven says if you look at the trash can near the ledge, he said when most people jump off ledges, they take off their glasses and fold their clothes.
Oh, I always wondered what that, because you see this in a few spots. I did not know that. That is so disturbing.
I know,
and
right?
look, and look, it's like you could fall forever in this place. Like, you can't see the bottom of it. It's just layers and layers of windows and roofs,
That's
clotheslines.
So
over here,
Assassin 32 had said something I thought was pretty cool, and then Steven answered it. What did he say here? Let me look. Kind of lost it.
There's something else I noticed here when... I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, Assassin 32 said, I don't have an actual knowledge, but I read that as a double meaning. Here they lie. Could also mean the things here were lied to you. And Steven said, sounds pretty plausible.
Possibly. So I noticed when the buildings were kind of growing up out of nowhere, satellite dishes on top of the roofs here. Again, technology that doesn't fit the period. Right next to, right next to these antenna are like satellite dishes from like the 1990s, which is just an odd sight. I hear something. Something's here. Something alive. Like it knocked something over and ran off is what it sounded like. Well, this was always one of the more creepy things that from the start of the game is this trash can lid that just perpetually rolls here forever. We have here some batteries. No, we have a letter. Can a statue feel its sculptor's hand? Such an intimate touch. Blinking back tears as the chisel does its work. Crude lips half parted to answer the unasked question. Strange. Let's keep going. Down, down, down. It's her. Dana.
Is this really how it was? It's so hard to remember.
Okay, so for the first time, she just vanished right before my eyes. And what she said there, Eric, was, is this how it really was? It's so hard to remember. So you were asking me a moment ago if this place might kind of be like a memory or something to that effect. Here's Dana walking around saying out loud that it's hard to remember how it really was.
Mm-hmm.
And she vanishes, and look what's in the window, Eric. It's that maze again.
Yeah. It's the third or fourth time we've seen that now, huh?
Yeah. Certainly something behind that. Phone's ringing again. I wonder what Buddy has to say this time.
Hey there, buddy. What? Dana was there just now? Then why are you on the phone talking to me? Get going. You're gonna miss your chance.
So Eric, he says Dana was there just now? Well, why are you talking to me for? You're going to miss your chance. Get going. So, confirmation. That definitely is Dana. And he's telling me to chase her.
Chrome Colossus says you can see the beautiful reflections in the glass windows and things.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, again, we talked a little bit about the shadow effect before, but you know, the kind of lighting and shadows they've got going on this game is something that's pretty unique for games at that time, you know, VR games. But yeah, it's nice looking, and this was before ray tracing was ever a thing. Very realistic looking reflections in the windows. Alright, so I'm starting to hear the children playing again in the distance. the only thing that's really soothing that I've experienced since I started playing this. Is the sound of children playing. Right, there is chapter 1 said and done. So I'm going to take just about 60 seconds here to grab a different controller to use, and I'm also going to switch my my earbuds around so that the spatial audio works correctly. But I'll be back in like a half a second here.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Philosix was mentioning Wilson's Heart. Wilson's Heart was another black and white game set in black and white that was super well done with one of the best voiced cast we've seen in a VR game. All AAA actors coming and doing the voices for Wilson's Heart. Another cool looking black and white game. You just don't see many of them, and yeah, to me, like this, like Wes is talking about here, this black and white it's a beautiful art style of a game, and like the way it's done and the way the color is infused here, it just makes it special when you do see the color. Um, Hooked Worm, the Hoosier Gamecast says this looks incredible. It really does. It's just amazing. I mean, again, visually for Wes inside the headset, because of the age of the hardware, inside the headset now, it's a very outdated looking game because of the hardware, but the story and the path that's here is what makes this game compelling 7 years after the game came out. That's why it's still one of the best games you could go through, and that's why Wes goes through it every year, like at this time, to kind of like pay homage to what this game is.
Yeah, and not only pay homage to it, but to further contemplate what some of this stuff means. And I don't think I have it all figured out. In fact, quite a few things that the dev teams have kind of revealed to us here um, have taken me by surprise a little bit. Obviously, there's a little bit more going on here even than I had previously thought. But,
Yeah, this is super amazing
again,
having the developers here in a game like this that like has so much hidden meaning, to be able to ask some questions and like get answers and see maybe a different side of this that you haven't seen. How many playthroughs through this now?
How many times have I played through it? Probably about, I don't know, maybe a dozen times I've played through it.
Wow, 12 times. Amazing.
Yeah, I've streamed it 5 or 6 times. Well, maybe not streamed it. I've streamed it I think I've streamed it 4 times. And then before I ever did live streams, I did recorded playthroughs and 30-minute 30-minute videos and just put like a playlist together. So I did my playlist, and then I redid it like the next year because the first one I did really sucked because I was new at it. But then I redid it next year with some better quality. And then after that, I started streaming, and I've streamed it every year since then. So
amazing.
I remember when I first started, when I first published my first recorded playthrough of this game, my wife got so mad at me because of some of the things that are that are in this game that I would publish it and put it on YouTube. She was like, people are going to see that, and like, we have kids, their parents could see that, and what are they going to think of us? And like, it's been a bit of a journey to get here to where I can freely stream it. I always feel a little bit weird not putting an age restriction on the video because of some of the things that are in this game. Anyway, let's proceed.
I'm going to step away for half a second.
Sure. Oh, crap. Something is howling in the distance. And you're right. I'm now using the DualSense controller, and it works just fine. Look at that. No bottom. Just like endless descent. Crap. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you do a proper jump scare. You don't see it coming until you see it coming. The first, like 5 times that happened to me, it put me out of my skin. It scared me so bad. Okay, so we are definitely not alone. Found something.
I'm standing here minding my own business, and all of a sudden, I've been told that the darker beings, they see your light, they're jealous of it, and they may lash out at you. When I sense that, I try not to give some of the over-the-top people, I don't even give them eye contact, and that usually works. They'll just keep walking. Yeah, just don't give them the eye contact, and they can't latch on to you.
Okay, so here's a person who's basically speaking kind of some I've heard this before in like different kinds of like paranormal documentaries and things that I've watched. She's talking about these kind of like dark spirits or shadow beings, and the idea is that if you acknowledge them, then they have power over you. If you ignore them, then they don't. And you never, ever, ever want to make eye contact. And I kind of think that that's placed in this specific part of the game for a reason, and you're about to find out why. Just remember, you don't want to make eye contact with the dark spirits, so to speak.
I am back.
So if hi Eric, welcome back. If we still have devs in the chat, I would be very interested to know these passages that are being recited when I look at the photographs. Were those scripted? Were all of them scripted? Were some of them scripted, or were none of them scripted? Because a lot of it honestly just sounds like people sharing their philosophy and their worldview. So I'd be interested to know if any of that was scripted or if it was all 100% just ad-lib.
Stephen was having some conversations with some of the chat and saying that they poured their love and attention into it. Couldn't have done it without crack engineers. Not too many jump scares, but a few is good to get the blood pumping.
Well, they lose their effectiveness, right? They lose their effectiveness when you have too many jump scares.
And he says when Corey joins, he'll have a lot to say about the game. None were scripted. You are 100% right. Man on the Street interviews conducted by Corey, mostly on Venice Beach. Wow. That's crazy.
Okay, cool. So the man on the street.
Maximus chimed in and said the same thing. Interviewed people on the street.
So that's interesting. I've always kind of I expected you to say that not many, if any of them, were scripted. That was all people sharing their philosophy. but I did not expect you to say man on the street interviews. I've always kind of envisioned like a party, right? Like a bonfire. Everyone partakes a little bit, ingests some chemicals, so to speak, and then when a few hours in, they start passing around the cassette recorder. So it's interesting to hear that this is just California people on the street, just normal Californians.
That's an interesting thought for another game, though. Little
Yeah, I know.
bonfire peyote.
Right. That's what I always kind of thought was happening there. Fucking is one way to do it. But if you just open your eyes, there it is. You can make your own shitty little shit baby just by looking at it and kicking it and hurting it. And that shitty little shit baby is yours. So
Okay.
I'll go ahead and kind of crack into one of the themes we're about to see start to seep its way into the game. And in a lot of ways, this game is a reflection of humanity's worst nature. And I feel like that little passage there is just kind of our first little taste of that, right? Kind of our bad side, our animalistic sort of nature. You know, I'm driving people crazy how slow I move, but I like to digest these games like this and really explore.
Steven says it definitely has that late night bonfire haze in there too. Definitely has that vibe. And then Maximus says when Corey joins, you'll see how charming he is. He asked leading questions, but people just opened up to him really complicated ideas like what happens when you die.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. It's a recurring theme of kind of the meaning of life, the meaning of reality, the nature of reality. Um, a lot of existential philosophy in this game, and it's crazy that that's all from strangers. I always felt that was like an intimate thing that people were kind of sharing with one another, but it's just people on the street sharing. That's crazy to think about. You're dragging a little thing in a bag, and it's a heavy thing, and the bag is red and wet. And when you try to remember how long it's been, you realize that all you can remember is the bag and dragging it behind you forever and ever and ever. When I first played this game, I tried so hard to make out what they were saying on this television. I've never quite been able to make it out. But there are words here. And you can see in the scrambled picture, there are some faces, and then there's the maze. Right there again. Actually, that one picture looks like maybe from the front side, maybe the lady that we saw in the train station picture from behind. Looks like similar hair. Batteries? Oh crap. That was weird. So like all the shutters in this thing just close shut quickly. Weird effect. Oh, I see red. Something red in the distance, and it looks like there's some smoke coming from it. Another television? It is another television. It's the same thing on it.
Chrome Colossus says, "I appreciate the slow pace. It's a contemplative walking sim, so it's the best way to play." And Steven says, "Yes, 100%. This is the way it's meant to be experienced and enjoyed. Wes is killing it."
Yeah, you know, people talk about walking sim like it's it's a bad thing, and you know, a lot of the time it is. You know, but the exception to that is when, you know, when the studio gives you something to look at, something to experience, then all of a sudden, what to some people is like the most boring type of game to play is exactly the opposite, right? It's the most interesting. Again, it's not like a game per se. There's not a whole lot of gameplay elements, save a couple of stages with some stealth sections in it. Um, it's more like art. It's art. It's a piece of art. It's something that has meaning in it, and it's something that 10 people can experience, and 10 people are going to have 10 different ideas about what's happening with it. Like any great piece of art, it's going to mean something different to everyone. All right, so the red that we saw is a glowing red of charred people. And it doesn't look like something that was gradual. It looks like they were burned quickly and in place. So again, as a new player playing this, contemplating whether or not we're making our way into hell, this is a very unsettling thing to see. People burning. Buddy's here.
Come on, buddy.
So
Over here.
I can hear Buddy's voice from inside this door, Eric. He's telling me to come in.
Do you think you should go in?
Inside the shop.
He's telling me to get in quickly. Like I'm going to get burned if I don't.
Come on, buddy.
Wes Steven says, "Wow, you made my year." Thank you, Wes.
You're making my year. Thank you. Thank you all for showing up. This is
Inside the shop.
amazing. This is something that I've always wanted to do that I thought I would never have a chance to. So you're making my year. I appreciate you so much being here. There's some more typewriters here.
I saw something. Someone in the streets. I got out of there quick, but
Oh, Buddy's on the phone.
my God, it was like a furnace. I got turned around. I don't know where I am. What the hell happened to this city? And why can't I remember?
So Eric, Buddy's asking, so he just came through here. He saw what was in the streets. He's wondering what happened. And more importantly, he's wondering why he can't remember anything.
So it's almost like he's going through this with you in a different way, in some way.
Yeah, it's like he's just ahead of you, right?
Mm-hmm. Steven says, "You are entering a place I called the worst office in the world."
I've seen some pretty bad offices. I don't know about that. Although people who are making beds in front of their typewriters is not a good sign. Condom dispenser on the wall. Typewriters in the sink. Typewriters in the wash tub. Newspapers to the ceiling and laundry everywhere. That one's got a page in it. Does it have anything on it? I don't think so. Odd though. One of them has. Oh no, it's more than one. They all have paper on them. Okay. Weird condom brands.
Sleeping under your desk is an ode to working at EA.
Fair enough.
Steven says, all of the words are filthy and need to be washed. The typewriters have all been hung out to dry. That photo on the desk is the Whitechapel Cathedral in London.
Ah, I see.
The condom machine includes sinking ship and angry bull.
We have a working light out here. That's pretty weird. So things are starting to definitely become a little bit more maze-like here. The passages are becoming more narrow, and the way is getting more confusing, although we do continue to descend. Down, down, down. And I hear something growling. I specifically remember the first time I played through this part, it scared the shit out of me. I didn't know, like, should I leave my flashlight off? Can they see my flashlight? I have to sneak by them here. And it's dark. And I want to look... With everything in me, I want to look around the corner at them, but then everything that I just experienced told me to not look at them. If you want to get by, just ignore them, right? Oh, what's he tearing something apart on the ground and eating? Crap, he saw me. Run, 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 run.
That's freaky.
Cabinet. These cabinets typically have batteries in them. Which is
You have
always
another
a
Eyes
welcome
Out Dev in chat, Wes. Devank Patel.
Welcome. Thank you for joining. It's amazing that you're all joining me here tonight for this. It's fucking awesome. So a moment ago, I think it was Steven said that they absolutely felt like they were working on something special when you all were working on Here They Lie. Any similar feeling about the project that you're working on right now? Does it feel like you're kind of doing the same type of artistic work that has deep meaning, or is this just something completely different, or maybe even more conventional? I guess that's probably a little too much information. Yeah, do you feel like you're a part of a special project once again now? Not that they could say no, right? They're going to have to say yeah, but I had to ask. I'm a jerk like that.
Steven says, oh yes, I would chance to say it's a spiritual successor of HTL.
Oh my god. That is like the best thing you could have possibly said right there.
What? Wes is going to freak out, man.
I swear, I'm going to cry if this doesn't support VR. Like, they haven't said that they're working on a VR game. Knowing these people and the type of experiences that they like to make and the type of, immersive art that they like to put together, I can't imagine that it wouldn't be VR. Like, it would have to be. They would have to. I can't see these people willingly passing up the chance to put people inside the art to explore it. But again, they haven't said anything about it hardly at all. In 2 years, they've basically announced the project, announced the studio, and then silence for 2 years, with the exception of the news that they're partnering with Epic Games. I think Epic Games is kind of funding their work, which is awesome.
Do you think this game would have affected you the same way if you had played it flat and not in VR?
No, there's no way. Like I'm sure I would have appreciated some of the stuff in it because, you know, it may even land differently with more resolution and more detail, you know, but being in this place, it's a very different vibe, right? When you start to see these animal people show up, like, and they're in the same space with you, it brings an uneasiness that you just can't get through any other medium, you know. Plus, all of the detail that I noticed in this game, like, I'm sure I would have missed a lot of the things that I've noticed were I not playing in VR.
Max says what we do is secret.
I'm sure it is. It is until it isn't, right?
Steven says those sea anemones in the corner always signal something off.
So, up until now, all of the enemies that we've seen are kind of humans with like these deer antler masks on. This is the first time that we actually see something else. And this literally looks like a person that looks like a pig head. There's a pig head dude. And that guy, that deer antler guy, was standing over him doing something. And I'm afraid to know what that was. But looks like he didn't make it. Pigman is no longer with us. Oh wow. There's the maze again. How many people on your team got the maze tattooed on them? Because I know 100% I would have done that.
You should
If I
get
was
it
working
now.
on this game. You know, maybe one day I will. It's a cool looking maze.
You can do AR tattoos now. Did you see the AR tattoos that they have that actually move when you put like your phone over top of them? You should do the maze and have it like morph and change in AR.
That's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
The day that I fully understand the game and really get the meaning of the maze, maybe we'll get some kind of a tattoo, AR or permanent. Who knows?
Steven says the animal heads generally could be said to belay their personalities, and he said that you'll have to ask Corey about the tattoos.
Right. So, yeah, I assumed that the animal heads kind of meant something like that. I thought that they were symbolic, right, of, again, kind of what I was talking about a moment ago with, like, the worst parts of human nature, you know. And again, we're going to see some of that that nature, that behavior on display as we make our way through the next couple of levels. But I always thought that these kind of animal head people kind of represented kind of the instinctive man, not the thinking man who's driven by intellect, but the kind of primal people who let their primal urges kind of control their behavior. Is what I always kind of thought that meant. And man, we're really starting to get deep now. We're going down. And every time we go down, it gets a little bit more narrow and a little bit more ominous and a little bit more dark. These batteries are running out way too fast. I literally just put them in my flashlight. Or did I? Have I put them in? No. Now I'm putting them. Crap, something is screaming at me. Oh crap, I made eye contact. So now we have these cables. Like huge cables. This was always one of the more cool visuals in the game. Although I've got to hide before this guy kills me. I'll come back over here in a second. 'Cause I'm definitely going to show you that. That's really cool looking. Well, look, there's blood. A lot of blood. Piano in there. But I can't open the door. Look at all these fucking cables, dude. There's another television over here. This one switched itself off, though. I didn't even do anything. Again, it looks like people were very recently here, but no one here now. Oh, there's a box.
I had a toy, like this little glowworm toy, and you know, I put it like on the lamp, you know, help to like light it up at night, and you know, it'll stay warm and it wouldn't make the room so dark.
Steven says you might notice a lot of similar things clustered together like a hoarding mentality.
Which I knew was fake, but as a kid, you still have this imagination and everything. I don't know where my little glowworm is. I guess he got lost.
That was a very interesting individual talking about her glowworm toy from when she was a kid. Wonder how they got to that. Oh, now the door opens. Just leads to a closet. Television running, but facing away so you can't see what's on it. You finally make it home and it's all fucked up. Someone's been in your place, touching your stuff, leaving shit that's not yours lying around. And the girl at the door's like, "No, baby, no, it's cool. You just forgot. Please, baby." Something was just running outside the door. Another one of those deer antler guys. So this is what the gameplay consists of in this game, is actually avoiding these guys. Stealth. Alright, so here's the visual I wanted to show you a moment ago. This is super cool. TV room. Again, they're trying to make some sort of statement here, perhaps about the digital age, maybe technology. It is interesting that kind of the the time period that we're in here is just as these technologies are kind of being introduced. Oh crap, I'm dead. Get off me! Oh! One of those guys came around the corner and I was talking about the televisions. Anyway, I was pointing out that it is strange, or at least notable, that these televisions keep popping up, and we're in the time frame where that kind of technology just first started to make its way into the public consciousness. So I don't know what kind of statement they're trying to make about that, but I'm sure if I contemplated it long enough, I could come up with some ideas. This is the sequence that takes place every time you die. You find yourself in this kind of serene pool, and you just start walking forward. And the world just kind of starts forming around you as you walk. Boom. And we're back. This game has save points. It doesn't tell you when it's saving. But there are absolutely save points. There are doors that you can't go through down like little hallways and corridors, and you wonder what they are. And what they actually are, they're save points. And when you die, you just walk through one of the doors and you're right back where you were. Have to be a little more careful this time. I'm just going to let him go that way, and I'm going to go this way. Damn. I thought that maybe there was something in that box. Better quit fucking around, I want to get killed again. Move on, douchebag. It's so unnerving. These guys are like all around you, and you can hear them, but you can't see exactly where they're at. Another one eating something off of the floor in a puddle of blood. See if you can get a better look from the other side. Oh crap. Never mind. So as we make our way down here, we start to hear this rhythm in the background. It starts off very faint, but it very slowly, very subtly is getting louder. Huge pipe. Sewer pipe or something. Now I'm starting to hear the clock tick again, like from the first level. where do we go? I think I'm going to go in the direction of the TikTok. Shit. Again, a well-placed jump scare. And a really good look at these creatures. You can see that they are people with masks on. What's another clock? And just like last time, you start staring at it, time slows down and stops. And you can hear the sound. It sounds like a lobby full of people, like maybe at the train station, but full of life. And like this weird melody being played on these chimes. Things are definitely starting to take a more ominous turn again.
I think we're evolving, and human beings are no exception. We're always evolving, and we're at a stage now that we need to grow out of. Right? Humanity is just on a crash course to oblivion. But people, everybody I talk to, everybody seems to know that, but nobody seems to be able to do anything about it. I just kind of accept the fact that we're all going to die one day, and might as well make the most of it while we're here. Once you accept that life and death are just two sides of the same darn thing, people don't have to live in fear anymore.
There's one that I absolutely agree with. Starts off by talking about this kind of shared sense of hopelessness that everyone has. Everybody can kind of see what's wrong, but no one really knows what to do about it. But then when people kind of age and they gain wisdom and realize that life and death are just basically two sides of the same thing, then it's kind of a freeing experience, right? And you don't really fear death as much anymore.
Steven said, brief moment of memory, maybe hope, maybe loss. And then he said the next area affectionately was nicknamed the Darkest Dungeon, as the game just came out and I was obsessed with it.
Well, the wires make their way back, and now they have sparks in them that kind of show you the way. When I first played this game, this part right here, the fact that there's somebody in that chair, or the fact that it at least seems like there's somebody in that chair, and then seems like they're running away. I played this part over and over and over again, trying to get up there quickly enough to see what was in the chair, but I guess it's not possible, or maybe there was never anything there. She's got scars, you know. If you ever see her naked, you can't miss them. Back when she was young and sweet, she liked to play with matches. The whole neighborhood could hear the screams. I think there's another letter that we read a little bit later that actually kind of calls back to this one. Now that I think about it. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but it seems like there's another one in one of the later levels. Talks about someone, female, being burned. again, the sparking cables just kind of lead the way here. Shit. So I don't know if you caught what happened there, but there were those antler people all over the place here. And there was another one that dropped down that looked slightly different than the rest of them. And they all just kind of chased him off. Don't look at it. There's that rhythm again. Oh, he sees me. I'm going the other way.
Steven says more stacks of things. This time luggage coming up. We called it the baggage claim.
Yeah, there's luggage throughout this whole game. And this place, I always wanted to kind of explore here more, but it's very difficult because there's so many of these dudes around everywhere. File cabinets and booze. Broken televisions. Keep going, buddy. Should have just kept going when I was home free.
Radio Run has stopped and he says the monster sounds pissed.
He's not happy. None of them are happy. Nobody in this world is happy. And I'll take that back. You do come across a couple of them that are strangely happy later on. Alright, let's go quickly. There we go, we made it. Again, just constantly descending, following the cables. Constantly descending. Whoa. Chapter 2. Over. So we made our way through the old city and just constantly descending. And the more we got down, the more maze-like it got. We started to come across these people, these strange antler people, that if you make eye contact with them, they will basically beat you to death. And as we were making our way out of that area, a bridge broke under our feet, and we just kind of fell. And that's the end of the chapter. Find it interesting that that each chapter is denoted with Roman numerals. And again, this kind of goes back to the theme I was exploring earlier where, you know, am I in hell? Am I descending? It's reminiscent of the Inferno, the Divine Comedy from Dante. It's classic literature where Dante is descending through the circles of hell, and on each kind of level, you see a different type of sin. There are violent people on this one. There are, there are people who committed sexual perversion on this level. Each level being denoted by a Roman numeral. And again, it just kind of plays into that theme. I don't know if the dev team took any inspiration from the Inferno, but there's a lot in this game that kind of reflects that. Maybe it's a coincidence. Maybe I'm not the only one that paid attention in lit class. I don't know. Let's see what time it is. I don't want to.
It is 1:10 a.m.
Okay, cool. So Corey should be joining us in about an hour. Just want to make sure I didn't leave him waiting.
I'm keeping an eye on the green room.
Okay, cool. We should be able to get through another chapter, and he should be joining us just in time for the red light district, which is the most interesting part of the game. Or one of the more interesting parts of the game.
Steven said your last query about Dante's Inferno was a good question for Corey.
Okay, cool. I've always seen like a lot of similarities in this game. I just mentioned a couple of them, and then there's one or two more in the late levels that just kind of make you wonder. So looks like we fell down this gigantic pipe to a screen. Some shoes and stuff around here, some boards, probably the boards we broke. Trash. We're just going to keep on moving through the sewers. Again, just some creepy ambient music, barely noticeable in the background. Certainly setting the mood. Now check this out, Eric. Like, we often talk about how profound the experience can be in VR when you are standing in front of something that's massive, or you're massive and standing in front of something that's miniature. The use of scale in VR can be a very effective thing in making an impression on someone. Take a look at this.
Freaking awesome. Look at that.
Just massive, this place. Looks like a series of like highway overpasses or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe
it's those wires, those cables.
Maybe it's the tunnels that we just came out of. Maybe that's connects up to that.
It looks like those cables that you saw running everywhere. That's like huge cables now.
Possibly.
Super interesting. Tunnels too. That's awesome.
This place looks more industrial. Like we made our way out of the kind of the city, right? Now we're in kind of the industrial district. And there's big smokestacks and stuff. Large structures. And by the way, I'm totally 100% adjusted to the headset now. It doesn't look nearly as blurry as it did when I started playing a couple hours ago. Oh, phone's ringing. It's Buddy.
So, why'd you break up with Dana anyway? You two seemed made for each other, you know? Like the perfect pair. Can't imagine her with anyone else. But, hey, I mean, you were so busy back then. Hard to make time. Believe me, I know.
So this time, Eric, he's asking why I broke up with Dana, and then he kind of concludes the call with it was that he kind of understands because it was so hard to make time back then. He said, whatever that means.
Very cool. Zorkon has joined the chat. Hello, Zorkon.
Hello,
Welcome in.
Zorkon. Welcome. They're always
Regis
down there.
Pantaleon has joined.
They're always down there in the
Davis.
pit, howling for more meat. That was a brief.
That sounds cool.
Another photo. Peaches.
You know, life goes on. Whether it's human life or not, you know, I think life is an eternal thing. It's just the same as creation. I mean, you can call it creation, whatever it is. Whatever it is, it's happening. It's always happening. Something's happening, right? It's always going to be happening. And if there's nobody here to experience, that's going to be a shame. But I think consciousness is also eternal as well. So if it's whatever form it takes, it's always going to be here. We got a chance to keep it going for a while anyway, you know, until the end of the universe anyway.
So that was a statement by a guy basically talking about, again, similar theme, talking about the nature of reality and consciousness, and how things are always happening here in space-time, and it would be a shame if there were no one around to witness it, although consciousness is eternal. But I think the kind of sentiment is that if there is no physical form for the consciousness to embody, then that sense of time and experiencing things doesn't work. So I think that's what he was playing at. Oh, look, it's Dana over there on the bridge.
Look at the
Dana,
color,
what up,
man.
girl?
It just pops now, right? When you see color in all this black and white.
Yeah. Again, very effective. So he's tossing some more of those flyers.
Oh no.
Over the edge. So earlier in the game, we had a bunch of flyers kind of smack us in the face when we saw her, and they just kind of flew by us. Now she threw a bunch of them over the edge of the bridge there, and then she immediately regretted it. And then, like, it seemed like she was running off to pick them up or something. Okay, so I hear something behind me, and there I can see him. Now this was the first time that I thought to myself, what the hell? How is this in this game? How is this on the PlayStation Store? I'm going to put a light on this guy, and you tell me what he's doing. Just sitting there looking at me and playing around. Like, what the hell, man?
Okay.
Like, seriously? Like, I don't want anywhere near that guy. I need to get the hell away from him.
Steven says, props to artist Larry Vargas. He did the whole outdoor industrial level quite masterful.
Yeah, agreed.
What's up, Taz?
Every
Good night,
level,
Taz.
every level though is just beautiful. This guy's definitely following me. But he won't get too close. Oh, that's crazy. Name another game you've seen that in. There's probably some stuff on Steam. I guess I probably should say that.
Yeah, there's 50 games on Steam. I could do that. You can watch that.
This guy's not trying to hurt me. He's just following me. But he doesn't look like the other ones. The other one have like these big pointy antlers. His is like small and mangled and broken. It's just like he's curious.
Or he's attracted to you.
Yeah. He don't want to beat me down. Like the other ones. Go that way. Hey, there's definitely a dude in there that's not like a chimera or anything. There's a face behind the skull. It's just a man. Really weird man.
So everybody's guessing in the chat, saying he's excited when he sees you, he likes you, he obviously he appreciates you, and Steven Ryder says all of the above. D.
Yeah.
Answer is D, all of the above.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely appreciates me.
He's appreciating himself right now.
We just hung out by the door here. Let's go, dude. Sounds upset that I walked away from him. Dana again. Look, maybe she came down here to pick up her flyers that she threw away. Okay, I'm not going to chase her up there yet because I already know that I can't catch her. Instead, I'm going to show you something. I think this is a spot. See, every time I ever played this game, I always just chased her up through that door. And I think it was last year. For the first time, I decided, why don't we just go see what's the other way? Just for shits and giggles. Maybe there's something over here. And then you think about, for a moment, what game you're playing, and then of course there's something over here. There's something everywhere. So over here is the bridge, right? This is where she actually threw the photos down. And you can really walk way down here.
So if
Almost
you followed
back to-
her, you couldn't come back to this area?
Yeah, maybe, but you know, honestly, it never occurred to me to come down here. Like I always just kind of lost focus on this. But look, there's photos on the ground.
Yeah.
And these are like the photos that we've been collecting. They're the same kind of photos, except for that's a Polaroid. But these are the same kind of photos that we've been finding that have these bits of spoken philosophy attached to them. kind of this representation of different people and different viewpoints, different bits of understanding. But at the end of the whole thing here, there's a desk. You open up the desk, there's a photo in it with a rock on top of it. Again, this is all new. Like, I've played this game 10 times. Never saw this until last year.
That's crazy.
I think it's about enlightenment, and it's about the next consciousness. God does not let things go on too long before he says, wait a minute, let me smack y'all around a little bit to get y'all head straight. I think that where we end, another consciousness begins, that it might be the end for us in terms of our section. I don't think that God would just leave one section. I think that God continually there's progression, and I think that what's next is our next progression.
So here's a guy who very clearly believes in God, kind of talking about the nature of time, and kind of giving his opinion on what he thinks happens, ultimately. Like, there's a bit of a debate, right? Like, people think we're on one timeline and it ends and it's all over and that's the end of it. Other people believe in reincarnation, so it ends and it starts over again. This guy believes that it just doesn't end. It just goes on, and after our time is up, then just the next phase takes place for the next thing. Now look at this. Turn back around. This whole thing's full of cars and trucks now. Like, that wasn't there before. I love it when games do this. You turn your back on something and it changes instantly. Surrealism. Something we don't have enough of in VR. Dreamlike state. It's my absolute favorite thing, and it's probably why I love this game so much. Because it's like a dream. It's like a nightmare at times, but like literally anything can happen at any time. But again, this is, all these cars are abandoned and decrepit. It looks like you're walking through a disaster scene years after it happened, right? So what we're going to do here when... that guy's still sitting there waiting on me. So what we're going to do here in a few minutes, Eric, when Corey comes in, probably after this chapter, next time I get a chapter break, I'm going to call an intermission. I'm going to put something else on for people to watch for a few minutes. Go hit the bathroom, and then we'll bring Corey into the voice. And then we'll come back from the intermission. So we won't have to bring him in like abruptly. You don't have to bring him in as soon as you see him in the green room, basically is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good. Steven says you are very astute in what you were just talking about.
Okay, so here's Dana. She's still waiting as well. By the way, anyone who wants a clue to kind of what's going on here, Google Dana, the meaning of the name Dana, and you might find a clue there too.
And I just realized I'm probably pronouncing his name wrong. I think it's Stefan. Sorry, Stefan. I think it's Stefan. I think it's Stefan. I apologize.
Look at this
I'm known
place,
for
Eric.
mispronouncing people's names.
Look at this dome.
I thought it might help me figure out what went wrong.
Just massive dome. Golden dome.
I'll take my share of the blame.
This
the
is
very
epic.
top.
Look at
I can
this.
be hard to
Beautiful.
read, but I never gave up on you. And I guess that's what hurts the most. That you gave up on us.
Oh, I was right. It is Steven. But this is beautiful, Wes. I love the looks of this.
So a big golden dome. At the top of it, at the very top of the dome was the maze again.
Yeah, let me see that again. Yeah, there. That's crazy.
What the hell, dude? Well, that was clearly another hallucination sequence. I wake up and our friend is on top of me. Not cool, dude. Not cool.
Already fall.
So what Dana was saying there was that that she never gave up on me, and that's what disappointed her so much, is that we gave up on us, is what she said. I didn't give up on you, but you gave up on us, which is an interesting statement.
Wow.
What's up, little guy? Can we go through this door? No? And that's where we just came from. So I guess the only other way to go... this way. Another dead end here, but there's another letter on the wall. His friend said come out and play. And they took him far, far away where no one could hear a peep. And they hurt him so bad, they broke him. Sobbing for mommy, teeth kicked in, cut all to hell. A lot of mental imagery of child abuse in this game. Like a lot of these letters talk about hurting children. Dude, back up. Personal space.
6 foot, bro. 6 foot.
Yeah, right? Clearly this game was before COVID. Twisting tunnels. What's up, dude? What are you doing, man? But he doesn't want me to come down here. Oh, it's his bedroom. We found his room. You got a nice little spot in here, dude. Compared to some of the other little shitholes I've been to, this is not that bad. Nice little piece of bloody cardboard over there laying on. It's gonna give me something. What do you have, bro? What is it? Oh, it's batteries. Thank you. We made a friend. You're my friend to the end, brother.
Steven says you want to trade something for some batteries?
but I don't have anything. Oh, you got
something.
Another letter here. Look at all those losers acting like it's some kind of naughty party. You want to wear a mask and jerk off like a chicken farmer? Be my guest. Go ahead and dance in the puke, you loser. Well, maybe this guy was a chicken farmer. Maybe that explains it. Well, thank you for the batteries, dude. You just go ahead and get some rest there. Or not. I'm not going to lay with you, bro. All the candles in the world is not going to make that happen.
I think he just wants to cuddle.
Probably. We're gonna go this way. And I love this little section here. Like, this is just a transition section that, honestly, it's basically a loading screen without there being a loading screen. You're just walking down the hall. But this one's different because it's this huge archway, this huge stone archway. I just think it looks cool. It's reminiscent of like some of the European catacombs almost. But as we make our way up this, very distinct drumming, getting louder and louder and louder. Now we can hear people yelling. Hey, what the hell, dude? Hey, that's my friend. Crap. Got a problem, wolf guy? You don't scare me, bro. I've seen some stuff and some things. Okay, so the wolf guy wants me to beat my new friend up. Or I can, I guess, beat the wolf guy up. So here's the thing. You come across a few of these sections in the game where you have a choice to make. Do you do the quote-unquote right thing, or do you do the wrong thing, the easy thing, right? I mean, there's a crowd of people here, and they all want me to beat this dude's ass, but he just gave me batteries in his bedroom. So the question is, what should I do? And it does make a difference. A small difference, but it does make a difference in kind of how the game goes. So what should I do, Eric? Who should I beat up?
This is a tough one, Wes. Dude, he gave you batteries, man. I mean, how do you beat him up? He gave you batteries. Steven does say something here. I'll read out real quick before you decide. He said the whole set piece was made, hold on. The whole set piece was borrowed from the sewers of Vienna. I actually made something very similar in a sewer level in the first Call of Duty. Check out the film
Awesome.
The Third Man and you'll recognize some of the sewer architecture.
That's awesome. The Third Man, thank you. Yeah, that makes sense.
So,
I was thinking more of like Paris, but Vienna, that makes sense.
So before you decide here, my question is this. You've played this game 12 times. How often have you gone one way or the other? Like, are you like even 6 and 6? And
No.
which way have you led? Which way have you gone?
Most of the time, I beat up Wolfman and I save my little guy here. Most of the time, but I have beat up the guy a couple of times to see what happens, and it just changes some dialogue at the end of the game, and it's not just based on this; it's based on a few different things that you have the opportunity to do.
I like that they give you the choice here, though. Yeah.
What's the chat say? Anybody in the chat have some direction for me here? Are we evil or are we good?
Assassin32 says, I always want to help out the underdog.
All right, Wolfman
And
it is.
Technoglitch says, sex freak guy.
Too late. Here's the other thing, like, well, look at this. So our friend, after we beat Wolf Guy to death, our friend is scared of us now. He doesn't want anything to do with us. And everybody in this room is mad at us now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Ramhead guy is mad at us. Boarhead guy is mad at us. Like, yeah. They're all looking at me like they want to kick my ass now. Zebra man, he's pissed off. He's got a weapon too. He's got a lead pipe. I think I'm just going to get the hell out of here, because it doesn't seem like a good place to be right now. But first we'll take a look at this photo.
It was just something inside of me that was steadily fighting, you know, the negative energies within me. I had this light that was still fighting, you know, trying to keep myself sane. Really, it was just all about, it was trying to make me be on a low level to where, like, I was just doing drugs and just being a sloth. I had to fight that and just still, you know, live.
All right, sounds like some sage wisdom from a guy that's about 25 years old that battled with smoking too much weed for a few years and is just now getting on the other side of it and starting to become productive again.
We've all been there.
Yep.
Chris Brown says he doesn't think that little guy will be giving you any more batteries, Wes.
I saved his life, though. He just doesn't understand.
Can you tell us what happened when you, would it spoil anything if you told us what happened when you went the other way? Like what happens with the crowd?
You know, I don't remember. It's been so long since I chose that. Like early on, like my early playthroughs are when I beat up the little guy. So I don't really, I think they cheer. I think they cheer you on while you're doing it. And that's pretty much it. Again, there's about, I think maybe 2 more spots where you have a choice, and your choice ultimately changes the dialogue at the in the last scene. So here we are. This might be, no, might be. This is probably my favorite level in the game. We're going to stop descending for a while and start climbing, and we are now making our way out of through a little bit of violence, and now we're going to explore some other destructive behavior from people. I mean, violence is very much a big part of this too, but it's not just violence anymore. We're going to see the whole gamut before we get to the other side of this.
So this is the city of entertainment, Steven says, and this is where he said that Chris would bring you through the city of entertainment.
Yeah, and this is very much modern entertainment. This is, subsequently, this is the type of entertainment people seek now on the other side of the television age, right? And this is one of my favorite, this is one of the scenes that made the biggest impression on me when I first played through the game. I come over here because the phone's ringing. I see this guy here, he's completely distraught, right? I'm going to answer the phone, but pay attention to this depressed guy over here while Buddy's talking. This is kind of crazy.
Buddy, let me tell you a story. My neighbor would let his cat out every night, and it'd screech and yowl till God knows when. Whole neighborhood couldn't sleep. I warned my neighbor, but he kept letting it out. So, I took care of it. I mean, I didn't want to, buddy. But you know what? It had to be done.
So while you're listening to Buddy kind of tell you that little story there, just a nice little animation here depicting brutality and violence, cruelty. The lady walks up, starts beating the dude up. Another guy comes out to save him, and then that guy just beats him up even worse and drags his lifeless body away.
Steven says a hot shot is a laced hypodermic a junkie unwittingly takes and dies. He said a lot of William Burroughs' writing inspired me in making this city architecture. Ricardo Tobon was our masterful animator. He must be given props to.
Yeah, I love this place. There's just so many different things going on here.
Steven also says a hot shot motel is a play on a hot sheet motel where they have hourly rates and beds never quite get cool.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see one of those before we make it to the other side of this place. So there was a guy in a gold mask. These are kind of like the authority figures here. Again, their gold mask very striking against the black and white scenery. But those guys will beat your ass. You don't want to get anywhere near them. They're worse than the Deerhead guys were. Bird cages just everywhere. People crying, helpless, being beaten down by these guys.
Steven says they're the neon hobo signs you were seeing that have their own meanings. I did the VO for the gold mask guys. He's laughing. Neon hobo signs? Did we see neon hobo signs?
There's neon signs all over this place, dude. So look, there's Triple X, there's bars everywhere, there's hotels, liquor. There's a peep show up there. Just beautiful. There's an 8-ball. There's the hot shot he was talking about, Hot Shot Hotel.
Oh yeah. I'm always a little behind you in the footage.
Yeah, about 10 seconds behind. Well, that's interesting.
Oh, I have to Google hobo symbols now and check the meanings. All right, I'm doing that. They look like cattle brands.
Okay, so that's what these things are. Okay. But this guy here is pissed off at this candy machine. So
Oh,
go
this
over
is
here for a minute.
interesting. So they had these hobo signals that the hobos must have put on places to signal, whether they should go near them or not. A triangle with hands signifying that the homeowner has a gun. A horizontal zigzag signifying a barking dog. A circle with 2 parallel arrows meaning get out fast, as hobos are not welcome in that area. Interesting. Like there's a whole bunch of them.
It is interesting. And it makes sense too in the kind of context of the power dynamic here with these people kind of loitering everywhere and then these authority figures kind of running around beating their ass just for being here. So this one's convulsing on the ground. Sounds like she's sobbing. And these dudes are just sitting here having a conversation, watching her. She's delirious. More stacks of newspapers and buggies. This guy always cracks me up here. Just working away in his stacks and stacks of newspapers. This is me on Monday, Eric.
Going through the newspapers?
No, just imagine it. Just imagine a screen hovering over the keyboard.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah. Steven said an upside down Y means the house will feed you. A dog lives there. And the giraffes are kind of like the doofuses of the world, kind of harmless, but just doing their own thing. And Steven says, yeah, he's the author, the guy at the typewriter.
I don't want to do this anymore. You said we would have fun, but then you ran off, and I don't know where, and something is coming, and oh God, please, not my fingers. Not my fingers, please!
Ooh, did they break him or cut him off?
Yeah, I don't know. This guy still has his fingers, thankfully. I know what it feels like to cut your fingers off. It's not fun. Actually, it doesn't feel like anything. It sounds disgusting, though.
You know what? John Wayne Bobbitt knows what it feels like. to have that happen?
That's true. The guy's still alive, at least. The zebra dude here is still twitching, so luckily he's not dead. But that guy was just pissed off at this candy machine here. It's got candies in it. He busted it up. Must have taken his money. So yeah, I've noticed these symbols before. It never occurred to me that this was something. I just thought it was like an artistic choice, just abstract. You know, I didn't think that it had any kind of meaning to it. So that's interesting. Again, something I did not know. All right, so here's another one of those spots. There's one of those gold mask guys are over there. Just he doesn't see you. He's kind of leaning over the railing, looking down, taking a break. Here comes Zebra Guy, still alive. So Zebra Guy kills the evil gold mask, throws him into the bottomless pit. But here's the thing, he's admiring his work a little bit too much. And now we have a choice to make. Do we do to Zebra Man what Zebra Man just did to the gold mask? Hey, what's up? Yeah, that's funny, dude. Good one. Got what he had coming, huh? So I'm not gonna lie here. Even though I typically save the guy in the first scene, I almost always toss Zebra Man over the edge.
What?
So I'm not
really.
Yeah, yeah. I can't help myself. So so I'm not really like good or evil. I'm just kind of this chaotic neutral as I make my way through this game.
Zebra dude. Oh.
Later, Zebra Man. Ow! That does not look fine. They even made it so that he bounces off the pipes a couple of times as he falls. Just brutal.
But
Here we are, friends. Red Light District coming up. So this is where we start to see people not so much with the proclivity toward violence, but we see people like this that are clearly strung out on drugs. Like, these people feel great right now. They look terrible, but they feel awesome. Just cuddling on the street next to the condom dispenser and a picture of a goat person. Yeah, they're living the dream. There's lots of these guys, these zebra dudes that are in these ticket booths. There's like peep shows everywhere here.
Corey Davis has entered the chat. It says, hello, Friday the 13th. Here they lie, friends.
Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for telling your team to that this is happening, because we have had a great conversation up to this point. I'm sure it's going to get even better here in a few minutes as we get you in. This dog lady always cracks me up. She's totally into me. And she's always been totally into me. So yeah, so we kind of make our way through the area where there's a heavy proclivity toward violence into this red light district where people are just kind of, and again, it's all implied here. You don't ever see any drug use. You don't ever see any kind of like sexual acts. But just through the behavior of the characters, it implies people that are kind of a slave to their vices, right? People who are maybe like sex addicts or drug addicts. And these are just people that are indulging in that to the nth degree. Again, kind of reminiscent of, we talked a little bit about the Inferno earlier and making your way through the circles. And there was a circle of violence, and there was a circle of lust, and all the mortal sins seem to have its own spot, and it seems to be the case in this game as well. They chose to lock the door. They chose to set themselves on fire, and they wanted me to watch. Anyway, let's take a look at some of these peep shows. Typically, it's just people like this, just dancing around, having a great time, being exhibitionists. There's a very interesting one up at the end of this kind of path here. This guy's standing in front of the door, painting the door. And again, this behavior is on display. He's in a booth, earning his money. This guy here is just sitting in a booth, drinking some wine. Is that schnapps? The schnapster? So this one's very interesting to me up here. So if you come up here and just start peeping through the window, there's a very interesting scene taking place. So this lady's caressing the light like it's a baby. And the male figure is trying to take it from her. And she just won't have it. She won't share it with him. So I don't know exactly what this means, but clearly she's clinging to the one little source of like purity in this whole place, right?
Yeah.
But she's in her, even in her own way, she's exhibiting selfish behavior, right? Because she doesn't want to share it. This is greed, basically. Self-centered greediness.
Wow. Steven's talking about the painter saying it was Larry's idea and it was genius. The painter and the just painting the painting in the booth.
Right. Well, this always fascinated me. This thing here, like she doesn't want to share it. She caresses it like a baby. It's almost like a maternal instinct, and she's trying to protect it, maybe. But then at the same time, she just doesn't want to share it with the man. Very interesting scene.
Yeah. Like, do you think it's because she thinks he's going to corrupt it, or she needs to protect it, or she just is greedy and needs to keep it for herself?
I don't know. Again, like any art, it's all in the eye of the beholder, right? It's about what it means to you. Most likely, it doesn't mean any of those things. the people that made that, it probably means something completely different to them. Live nudes. This was, I think this was my thumbnail the first time that I put this out on YouTube. Yeah, I took a snapshot of that. Did you think this shit's fucked up? Wait just a minute. Alright, so we have some guys back here. These guys are looking for a fight. So if you go back there, they're going to kick your ass.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there is a way
Corey
around
says,
them,
Corey says, love seeing this right now late at night.
That's perfect, right? perfect time. I mean, I probably would get some kind of a community ban or some kind of a strike if I were to try to play this in the daytime. All right, so that's the way. I'm not going to go that way yet, I don't think. Or maybe that is the way that I go. Let's see. Okay. So yeah, there's something very interesting that happens over here. This guy, so Dogman here is trapped. And me being the good-natured fellow that I am, I want to help Dogman, right? So let's let him out. So we're freeing Dogman from his little prison here. So happy, right? Now he doesn't know what to do. And the fear sets in. When the fear sets in, what happens? We just go right back into our prison. Stay in our box. Dead crow. Run by these dudes real quick so we can get to the trunk. Get the goodies inside. Another photo.
Steven says you can see the arrow pierce the heart if you walk down the stairs real slow. We must have missed that.
Way worse.
Was this a sign?
Nobody really cares. And
I'll look
it's just
for it in a
gonna get
moment.
worse. His kid, I don't know, like probably 100 years from now it'll be really bad. Yeah, I think it's horrible. I don't think anyone should be alive. Maybe like seeing the world would be cool, or making like really great art, but I think other than that there's no real point in life.
So this always depresses me when I hear this one. So this is obviously some kid, right? Some teenager that has the cynicism of like a 40-year-old man. Like he's like, what's the point? People should all just be dead. There's no real point to life other than like making art or you know, a few things. But for the most part, you know, people are the problem. It's very depressing. It's a depressing thought. Hopefully that kid is, hopefully he's alright. Alright, so... let's see if we can see the arrow pierce the heart here. Oh, there's the heart.
The neon arrow and the neon heart.
Yeah.
More shoes
Sweet.
near the ledge.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Cool. So awesome. I mean, just to be thinking on that level, right? That level of detail is fucking cool.
Wow. Do you know how, like, oh man, like to put that in a game and make it work in VR, and that's insane. To put that level of detail in it that a lot of people will never know. Did you know that, Wes? You played through it 12 times.
No, I've never noticed that before.
I mean, that is like commitment to the craft of the game. To put something in there that 90% of the people probably will never see, but it means something to the people that put it in there. That's freaking cool, dude.
Again, just a work of art, right?
Yeah.
So check this out, right? We've been in this place now for a little while where everyone's indulging, right? Everyone's doing drugs and having sex and, you know, giving into their violent impulses and just kind of letting that animalistic side of themselves kind of control their behavior and just indulging with with no regulator on them whatsoever, just taking in as much of that stuff as they can. And here's where we first start to see kind of the effect of living like that over long term. Because again, we're not in the real world here. We're in this kind of timeless place that this is going on endlessly. But here we start to see the kind of effect of living like that, because it starts to wear off after a time. You know, you can only do so many drugs before you're just doing it to feel normal instead of getting high. You know, you can only have so much perverse sex before, you know, there's no more lines for you to cross and the excitement's gone. So here we see the kind of result of that for the first time, where this lady she's trying to look at herself in the mirror and jumps off the ledge.
Wow.
I love this area over here too, by the way. These people, I want whatever they had.
Wow. That is, wow. We have a member in the green room, Wes. Bob Watersports.
Yep, that is our friend Corey. I was going to try to get to the end of this chapter here, but I think we'll bring him into the chat a little bit earlier than that, because we're about to come up on some very interesting things, and I want to hear what this man has to say for himself, because we're about to have another one of those moments where, like, what the fuck is this doing in a video game? Like, how did this get through QA? Like, are they just not paying attention at all? We're about to have another one of those moments. But I love this little area here. These people are clearly just blasted out of their mind. This guy over here had a little too much, or this lady had too much. She's convulsing. But no one even notices because they're all floating around in the clouds right now.
Wow. Everybody's hailing Bob in the chat right now. Steven says, all hail Bob. Chris Brown says, Mr. Watersports. And Devank Patel says, Bob for Prez.
All right, so I know where
Steven
we're
says
at here.
it's New Orleans. It's like New Orleans. The scene.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? It really is, yeah.
So we have
let me know when
people-
when you'd like to bring him in.
Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just show you two more things in this little scene here, and then we're going to take intermission. And when we come back from intermission, we're going to go over there where that guy with the lead pipe standing. But again, we have a couple of ladies over here that are just blasted, rolling around on the ground. This one seems like she's good to go. She's in pretty good shape. But we have another trunk over here. Something huge is moving outside of reality. Something black and dead and hungry. It doesn't believe in time. It's gnawing its way in. Gnawing its way through the wall of eternity. Gnawing its way through your skull. So it's a dark picture that they're painting there, but I will point out that the implication that reality, it's gnawing its way into reality, it's gnawing its way through your skull. It's basically a way of saying your perception is reality, that, you know, you kind of manifest your world, right? So, again, another kind of new age idea. But here's the last thing I'll show you before we go into intermission. This dog lady likes me, and she wants me to come over here and check out this dude's cinder block. So we're gonna take it. Thank you for the block. What are we gonna do with it? Oh look, it's another zebra guy. Was another zebra guy. What's up, baby? You like that? Like it when I smash zebra dudes' heads in? I threw another one over the rail a minute ago.
Did you do it? No. Well.
Back up, dude. Back up, dude. Ease up. Get your girl in line, bro. It's her, not me. What's up, baby? I'll be back later for you. All right, so that's it. We're going to take an intermission here. And I assure you people that when we get back, probably within 5 or 10 minutes, we'll have Corey with us. And then we'll probably shock you even more than you've been shocked up until this point. Because this game is about to take a huge turn. And it's kind of crazy. But that said, people, I'm going to go hit the restroom, and then we're going to get our guest in here, and we will pick this back up in just a moment. In the meantime, please enjoy, I think it's I Expect You to Die 3. You all can watch that in the meantime, and we will be right back. Hello there, friends, and welcome to I Expect You to Die 3. I'm playing today on my Meta Quest 2. Can you believe it? How often do I do content from my Meta Quest 2? Not often, because typically it's too much work to make it worth it. The juice just typically isn't worth the squeeze. But we're trying something new today. Actually, it's not that new. We're trying an app called Air Receiver, which I bought quite a while ago. It seemed like when I used it, though, it had the same issues that recording on the Quest has, which means the audio is often out of sync. But I just ran a test a moment ago on it, and it seems to be working okay. So we're going to do a longer and larger test now. I'm going to play through the first level of this game for the first time, and I'm going to bring you all along with me. You get to be my guinea pigs to see how well Air Receiver works, because if it works good on a recording, it should work good on a stream, and if it works good on a stream, then maybe I'll start streaming Quest games, which is something, again, that I haven't done very often due to the difficulty of it and issues. But with that said, that's not the only reason that I'm doing this. I mean, I could run a test without bringing you along, right? Bringing you all along, because I appreciate you, and your support means a lot. So, plus I didn't give you your cutting room floor show notes this past week, and I feel a little bit bad about that. So this is my way of saying sorry about that, and I appreciate you. So we're just gonna play through a level of this game, and if it turns out the way I hope that it does, then you're watching this right now on Patreon. So thank you. Anyway, with that said, let's start playing. I wonder what this game's going to be like. Sit comfortably and face forward. I'm trying to have enough room to lean and reach. I'm not sure I have enough room to lean and reach where I'm at right now. Sitting right next to my computer desk. I guess it'll have to do. Alright, calibrate, hold any button to continue. Wow, that's crazy. I'm so not used to using my Oculus Quest or Meta Quest anymore. Like, I can see the edges of the LCD screen. I've forgotten about that. Not only is the field of view small, it's not the lenses that are the limiting factor, it's the size of the screen itself. And here we are again, right back in this room. Right off the top, I can tell you that I see fixed foveated rendering, just as clear as day. Seems a little worse in the left eye than the right, but it is there. in the menu screen. So that's not the best sign, but I mean, it's not an unforgivable sin. It is, after all, a standalone mobile device. So, I mean, you got to do what you got to do, right? Anyway, start new save data. Turn that music down a little bit. See what it looks like for you. Looks okay. I mean, my vocals are a little bit over it, which is what it should be. Anyways, panels that translate in-game text will remain off. Okay. Sure. Subtitles are off. Good. Sound visualization. Major sounds will display as closed captions. No, thank you. Motion comfort tunneling. Tunneling's on. Nope. Turn that off. And those are the only settings? Well, I guess, I mean, you're not running around too much in this game, so. I'd almost forgotten what gray black was like. Jeez, man. It's not that noticeable when you use it every day, but after you put it down for 6 months, for the most part, and come back to it, I mean, it's not just that I normally use my PSVR 2, but when I'm not using my PSVR 2, I'm typically using my HP Reverb G2, which I would be using to play this game, only it's not out on Steam yet. It comes out on Steam in a few weeks. And I need to play this game now for Game of the Month on Sunday. So we're going to play a level or two of it, and then we'll probably wait. And, you know, if it's something that grabs me that I want to finish, then we'll likely finish it on Steam. To the next agent, the control point Babadog has been evacuated following Agent Phoenix's demolition of Zor's nearby base. To reconnect to the agency and restore power, follow the protocol outlined in this tape. So it looks like this is a full-blown level 1 here with stuff. It's your world, we just report on it. The world news. Who is Zor? The leader of the now disgraced Zoraxis Industries and reclusive billionaire. All right, ladies and gents, we are back, and as promised, we are joined by the creator of this dark masterpiece of a game, Corey Davis. Corey, thank you so much for doing this. I couldn't begin to express how excited I am to have you here. I've wanted to ask you so many questions about this game for so long. It's a great opportunity, and I really appreciate your time.
Thank you so much for having me. I mean, this thing stays really close to my heart, and it's so cool to see so many of the people that put so much into it here, even watching so late tonight. This is a blast. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I gotta say, you know, over the years, you know, PlayStation VR kind of has its own little following and its own group of very passionate gamers, and Here They Lie has kind of become a kind of a cult hit. It's kind of grown. I feel like the following's kind of grown over the years, where it was in the beginning, you know, it had a little bit of hype in the beginning being published by Sony, but, you know, within a couple of years, it was kind of a, I don't know, kind of like a hidden gem sort of thing. But in the years since then, you know, word of mouth, people over the years have just heard more and more about it. And most people say the same things, right? Like, what the fuck, typically is one I hear a lot. But it's gotten quite a reputation and quite a following.
Yeah, I think it's got enough potency to push you in one direction or the other. So you're probably going to remember it. So Yeah, I mean that's really what I think a lot of us. That's all we could ever hope for, because you can never predict how a launch will go, especially with new hardware and stuff like that. But the fact that people find it because of what it is, not because of a marketing campaign or something like that, just really, it's something I love to hear. Even if it's just a few of us that really see the value in it. I really feel the the kind of energy that comes from it still today, and I do feel it building, and it really inspires me.
It excites me because, as we were talking about earlier, Eyes Out is from the way, I mean, you haven't said much about it, but what you have said about it makes it sound like it's going to be just as unique as this is, but maybe in a different way. You seem to be focusing a bit more on doing a lot more with audio in this project. Um, but
Yeah.
I'm very excited to learn more about that, and hopefully it won't be years before we get the reveal for that.
Yeah, I can't wait to tell you more about it too. I mean, it's been an evolution far back as I can remember, just kind of trying to push the boundaries of horror. And now I have an opportunity to work with Robin Fink, who's a guitarist from Nine Inch Nails, who's been an inspiration of mine since I was a kid. And so it feels like we've got something really exciting on our hands. Can't fucking wait to tell you more about it.
Yeah, that must be a pretty surreal situation, right? Working with somebody like that, and becoming friends and going into business together, and then creating art with such a renowned artist. Like, I couldn't imagine just how exciting that must be.
Yeah, it's a dream come true. And I mean, working with all of these folks you're seeing here on the chat, as well as with Robin, I know Robin's having a blast with it too. We just kind of are able to, freely make the thing that really we feel inspired to make together. And that's, to me, a very rare experience and something that I really cherish. And so
Awesome.
it's been a blast so far, and I think we're the spirit of what you see here, it can go a lot further, and we're, like I said, we're pushing those boundaries.
Awesome.
We have
Awesome.
another
Yeah.
tangentleman who has stopped in the chat, and Brian Keithley
Oh,
is
yeah.
here. He says Corey Davis for president. Great game, great guy.
Brian Keithley, our writer. So a lot of
Wow.
the questions that y'all have, he's got even more direct answers than I do sometimes. But yeah, Brian, he's a he's an interesting guy because when I first started working with him, it was in a writing capacity, but he can do so much. He's moved into design and engineering, and probably one of the smartest and fastest and most tonally on point writers I've had the chance to work with, which is I really love Brian.
Yeah, and I think even it's a kind of a testament to his work here. Even as much as I kind of admire the scenery and the sound work in this game, and everything's just so incredible and different. I think what I really enjoy about it the most is kind of the meaning, right? The symbolism, the meaning behind everything, and
Yeah.
the kind of message when we get to the end, the reveal,
Oh, yeah.
so to speak. But this is one of my favorite scenes in the game. Those of you who've been watching my channel for a while will notice some of this because we used a clip from this in our original intro for our weekly show. But you walk into this room and you have these people standing here taking a very, I don't know, ritualistic stance in front of this. Looks like an old school electric chair or something, some kind of a torture device. But then they kind of beckon you into it. And for those of you wondering, there is no choice. There is nowhere to go. This is where we're going. We're going in the chair. But just to take a quick look around the room, tons of candles, some more eels on the plate here, and then the maze that just keeps popping up in this game. Everywhere you look, this maze is there. And again, we're wondering if we're in the maze. And if we're in the maze, are we trying to are we working our way into the center, or are we working our way out? It's kind of a question I
So
always had about that.
I have that maze tattooed on my forearm.
We were asking that earlier.
That
We're asking
exact
how many
one.
how many on the team have it. Is it just you?
I don't know if anyone else has gotten it, but it's like it's most of my forearm.
I was telling Wes, they have these things now. They're augmented reality tattoos. So it's a tattoo that's done by a developer, with code in it, and you can put it in your
Wow.
phone over the tattoo, and it actually has movement. It'll move. It would be amazing to see do the maze and have it morph and
Wow.
move like it does in the game. That would be amazing.
Hell yeah. That's crazy.
All right, so we're gonna go in the chair here, and we've already seen a few kind of hallucination sequences in the game. Again, very reminiscent of the psychedelic experience, but this one's going to be a little bit different, and you'll see why in just a moment. That same kind of surrealism that we saw in those earlier scenes, but on a whole different level here. So they're going to strap us in, right? And then we're about to have a visitor. I've always kind of looked at this character here as kind of being like a shaman or some kind of a witch or something.
Definitely a bridge between worlds here, for sure.
Just stabs the creature in the chest, and you inhale it, kind of taking in its essence, and now you're outside of your body. So we're having an out-of-body experience here. And I love this sequence so much here. I wish there was a save point right before it so that I could just do it over and over again, because there's really a lot to notice as you kind of ascend through the city here.
We noticed that after we shipped the game, we hoped to make that available in a download. Didn't quite make it out, but yeah, like a lot of people really would just love to play through the really heavy psychedelic experiences like this, for sure. I really enjoy them as well.
It looks like we got Fight Club going up on this level. And everybody's into it.
Things are falling apart here.
Yeah, that's something you notice as you make your way up through this. It's all pretty happy on the base level, outside of like the really early part where you first see the gold masks and they're beating people down. But after you get by that, the mood changes pretty drastically. But then as you start to kind of make your way up through the city, it starts to get dark again, and then it gets really dark. But we'll get there in a moment.
Yeah, we really love that kind of tiptoeing between what feels like a comfortable situation and kind of gets you to put your guard down, and then encountering something surprising again. Sometimes giving you a chance to participate.
So we very clearly just entered some kind of like an underground club here. I think maybe this is the peephole that we keep seeing the advertisements for across the city. But as you can see, people here doing crazy shit to the TV. Dude just dancing around. He's obviously enjoying watching his lady there. But you can kind of peep into these rooms. This lady's riding around on this dude's back. This is another thing that I love about this game. We often kind of ask the question, how does this shit get through QA with Sony? And so much of what's going on here is implied, right? There isn't anything that's super explicit. But anybody, to the trained eye, we all know what's happening, right?
Yeah, I mean, we were surprised in many cases ourselves, but just like you're saying, the power of suggestion is real. It's insane how far you can push someone's imagination if you just let it ride instead of filling it with information sometimes.
Corey, do you remember anything specific that you couldn't get through, or they were just like, no, you can't do that?
Yeah, there was one thing that we definitely couldn't get through was scenes that had severing, where the player was severing their own limbs.
Oh, okay.
That tells you anything.
Oh my God, we talked about John Wayne Bobbitt earlier.
That's true.
Oh my god.
That is true.
So the
And
sex
it's
stuff,
interesting too.
the implied sex stuff is okay, and the BD is okay. It's the
Well,
you just can't sever anything.
there's just like a very clear line drawn for the severing for Sony in particular. A lot of other things here I have to go back to and think and wonder how they got through as well. Definitely, there was a lot of motivation to get a strong launch title out for the PlayStation VR. So that helped. When we got towards the end, we could, leverage that a little bit with, the fact that if we change this stuff, it would have to take longer.
Yeah, right.
And so there was other bigger fish to fry. And so one of the beautiful things about the project is that it's just that right size where, you don't have necessarily the spotlight on you the whole time. You can make some of these, more, a lot more of this edge that's here can come through when it's not, the biggest title for Sony of the year.
So let that be a lesson to all you devs out there who are in bed with some of these corporations. Leverage your launch window, and you might be able to get away with a little bit more. So check this out, Eric. This is one of the more crazy fucking things I've ever seen in a game. So we approach this door, right? Dude walks out, zipping his pants up, right? Red lights and fog in here, okay? And this fog, I got to imagine, was very intentionally made so thick in this room, because if you explore this room a little bit, like, what the fuck is that? and everyone knows what that is, but I'm not going to say it.
The wipe in the hands of the pants is one of my favorite parts there.
yeah. Look, what the fuck, man? Seriously.
Oh my god.
And I got to give a shout out to Steven Ratter here. This is his literal hand drawn caricatures.
Love it, man.
Probably, this is one of those cases where I think someone may have sprinted through when they were checking what we were doing.
Yeah, right.
And I love that there's a drain right in the middle of the tile floor. It's just perfect. So we got a letter on the wall here. Let's see what the letter says.
Steve says this is our next tattoo.
Oh my god. That's perfect.
After he slit the ogre's belly, he discovered the maiden still alive inside. Still alive, but gutted by his sword. All her dirty insides spilling out onto the cold stone floor. Her delicate fingers frantically scrambling to stuff them back in. Again, just painting a disturbing ass picture there. And just like that, you go out the other door and it's over. But I gotta say, that's the damnedest thing I've ever seen in a fucking video game. I gotta say, like, I've never been so taken off guard by anything as that.
I was so excited that we got that in, and I've got the high res of that I'm definitely gonna have framed large on my wall at some point.
Yeah. Gamertag has stopped in. Wes, say hello.
Buddy, where are
What's up, GT?
Hey, sounds like
Good
a
to see you,
party.
friend. Good morning.
I thought you were looking for Dana.
Good morning.
Well, I guess what she doesn't know won't hurt her, huh? Oh, man. Last time I was down that way, I got so messed up, I think I killed him. Oh, man. All right, anyway, I'm going to go.
All right, so that was Buddy on the phone. Incidentally, Buddy sounded a little bit inebriated there. But the basic message, Eric, was that what Dana doesn't know won't hurt her. So it's all right that we're here doing this, or whatever we would be doing here.
Gamertag says no smooth turn, Wes. I think there is smooth turn, but if we do it, it'll put you a vignetting on, right?
Yeah, it's got forced blinders if you put the smooth turn on. And as much as I hate blink turn, there is a bit of a compromise here. So they have the blink turn, and the reason why people really hate blink turn is that it puts you on awkward angles. You can't really face anything, but they've got a unique locomotion mechanic here that you can enable to where your body, your in-game body will kind of rotate in the direction that you're walking and looking. So even if you can't point directly at something you want to look at, you just look at it and start moving toward it, and your body will kind of slowly turn in that direction. Now, with that said, that makes a lot of like noobs sick. That kind of in-game movement that you're not affecting. But it is a good compromise and a good way to kind of make up for the bullshit that comes with blink turning. But we make our way up the steps here, and we find ourselves on the other side of the glass now. We're kind of on display for everyone on the street. I like the old kind of burlesque music going on here.
Oh yeah, we had a blast with this, and these mocap sessions were some of the most fun I've ever had in my life. For this whole club area.
Max had said something very, very interesting. She said Sony only asked about that one scene because they were worried that Steven had taken the animals from another IP in some children's storybook and was going to get sued because of that. That's what all they cared about.
Yeah, I mean, they look so authentic. They look like they were, from a different era even, and so it's hard to imagine that someone did that brand new.
Yeah, they look like they're from this era that this kind of seems to be taking place in, right? It looks like some of those old musical cartoons that happened back in that time.
Definitely.
So we've stopped and admired kind of the psychedelic wave effect on some of these images on the wall. This is one of my favorite ones here, the coiled up snake. But again, as I was saying earlier, there are other games that kind of have this reputation for being quote unquote psychedelic horror. And I'm surprised that this game doesn't get kind of mentioned in those discussions more, because not only is this one of the more profound games I've ever experienced in terms of being unique and having symbolic meaning, but it's also one of the best recreations of some of the kind of psychedelic visual effects, really kind of true to life stuff that I've seen in VR. And it's really pretty impressive considering, you guys did this almost a decade ago.
Yeah, I mean, definitely we were into figuring out ways to use the hardware that were, just unique to our team. We had great people on our team. Our lead engineer, Ike Makoko, I think he's here with us tonight. And Chris Brown, who was our original lead engineer on the project, really just, embraced the hardware as it was evolving. And so we were always one step ahead of the curve, I think, compared to a lot of other developers, because they were just really loving every kind of advantage that we could find ourselves and take and push our visuals and our audio further, especially. But yeah, it was a ton of experimentation. I would say, like, if you don't think this is psychedelic, then I wonder what your real world looks like.
Really.
Just it was definitely pitched as a psychedelic horror game from the very beginning. But it's something that I think is it invites you into a place that feels familiar. But like you were saying, this is a place outside of our current space and time and our kind of earthly physical realm, and it's a memory of those things and a dream of those things.
Right, and it's kind of profound, the connection there, because you call it a psychedelic horror game, and many people who kind of experiment with the psychedelics will claim and very much believe that it does kind of put you outside the physical realm, right? So in kind of putting us in a similar space, right, it only would make sense that there would be kind of like psychedelic phenomena taking place. It so to speak. So when you started development of this game, was it originally intended to be a VR game? Because it supports traditional platforms as well, like flat gaming. Was this always meant to be a VR game, or was this something that you decided later, or was it originally a VR game that you decided to make support traditional systems later, or what was kind of the original idea for it?
This is probably one of the rare ones that really kind of, it was both. Like, a lot of people say don't try and make both. That may have been, you can critique us for doing that, but when we first started on the early concept for this game, we're working on small vignettes, some of which you've experienced here in their final version. We knew that we wanted it to be, like you mentioned, a psychedelic experience, an immersive experience. But the PSVR was not out yet. There were no dev kits out yet, and there was only the Oculus Dev Kit 1 that was released at that time. And so we actually immediately, even before we had the title of the project or even the full like kind of high concept locked in, as we were moving into horror, we knew that we wanted it to be on VR. And we knew that we wanted it also to be on non-VR. We wanted as many people to experience it as possible and to do something special for both platforms. And
awesome.
So that's what we set out to do from the beginning.
And it's funny that you say that, at the time, that was kind of something that was discouraged against, because now it's very much the kind of push, right? People wonder, with our limited numbers in VR, how do we get big budget games or even medium budget games? And kind of the answer seems to be now these kind of hybrids, right? The games that are developed for both simultaneously, so that game studios can hit a larger audience, and making a VR game isn't such a loss of time and resources.
Yeah, and there are a lot of really special things that you can only do in VR, and that really match the types of things that I think our whole team loves to build, and it does take a lot of extra effort. There was a lot of things, I'm not going to lie, there was a lot that we had to do to get it to be possible. And hats off to our engineering team and our design team and our art team for the types of optimizations even that we did and things like that had never been done before on a console platform at all. And trying to do something that's not just low poly stylized kind of horror genre tribute, but something that you can take seriously with the way it looks and feels.
Absolutely. And on that note, I'm going to ask you a question that I know you can't answer, but if I don't ask it, if I don't take the opportunity to ask it now, people are going to give me shit later. Your unannounced, or I guess barely announced, project that you've been working on for a couple of years now, will it possibly support VR?
I can't talk about platform at all on it yet.
I know.
But I'm still me, and I still love this stuff. So let's see.
That's exactly what I was saying earlier. The type of artist that would make something like this. You're clearly, you clearly like to make immersive experiences and really kind of experiment with what you can do with people's senses. And I just can't imagine a world where if you had a choice, you would choose not to support the most immersive platform that you can build in. So I'll just kind of leave it at that. You don't have to say anything about that, but I'll be shocked. I'll be literally shocked if your next project doesn't support VR. Another question that I already know the answer to, but I'm going to ask because everyone asks it every time I talk about this game. Is there any possible way we'll ever see a refresh, an up-res of this, or even a remake on a current VR platform?
Oh, hell yeah.
I thought that would be completely
if I have if I have anything to do with it, you know, there's no reason why we should give up thinking about that
Okay.
at this point.
All right. That is amazing. That's incredible. See, I've always kind of assumed, you know, Tangentleman went on to become something very different that was called Tangent Games. And I just kind of always assumed that this IP and this property went with them. And as we all know, they're a very different company. I don't even know if they're still making games. I think they are. But that gives me hope. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, they're a different company, but they don't have the rights to this project.
Sweet. All right. So we got to start beating our drum, people. If you love this game,
Steven says he's in. Corey, he's in he's in to do it. He's ready.
Well, start yelling. We got to do. We just got to keep doing this every year and keep pushing for what we love together here. So let's see.
Heck yeah, and I'm sure Wes will lead the charge on that every year. He'll be all over that.
Yeah.
But gentlemen, I need to dip out. This is a good time for me to get out. That was awesome, listening to that, Corey, and I appreciate you being here tonight. And Wes will take good care of you guys, and I think this is going to be an amazing journey for everybody else. And I'll just quietly say good night, everybody, and I'll see you guys soon. And this has been amazing.
Good night. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Eric. You've been a big help. Eric will be back, I think, on Sunday, everyone. We're going to do Quest 3 impressions on Sunday, so tune in for that. Thanks, Eric. Have a good night, brother.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I'll be there. Thanks. See ya.
So we got another letter here. She's got wings, so she's an angel, right? So yeah, dummy, of course. And she doesn't get it. All the laughing and the killing and fucking, it's not her thing. But she does like to watch. That's the angel kink. Again, some of my favorite parts of the game are the letters and the kind of spoken word stuff when you find the photos.
Yeah, there's a lot of backstory that goes into all that stuff. I can give you some hints into that, but I got to give a shout out to Brian Upton who came through with some of this really kind of unsettling, kind of shorthand here. Really love his tone that he applied on some of the writing in the game as well.
Yeah, some of the tone's very disturbing. It's really quite a wide variety of some of the written stuff in the game. Like some of it is just completely dark. Other things kind of tie in. Like you'll notice 2 or 3 different passages through the game that kind of all kind of fit together. And then there's some stuff that is over my head. Like I can't even come up with any of my own crazy bullshit that fits on it. So.
Well, that's the interesting thing on those ones in particular. A lot of people they think that we wrote some of those recordings and did them in a voice studio, but those were all on the street recordings that we did with people that we met, people that seemed like they might have an interesting take on reality, and we just invited them to speak on some specific questions, and that was a life-changing experience. And so a piece of that you get to experience here in this world.
So that's so awesome. See, I always kind of suspected, and you could tell that's not scripted. There's such a wide variety of perspectives there, and kind of philosophies, and just in general theories on the nature of life and reality and time space. There's such a wide variety there that you could tell that's not all scripted. And we talked about it a little bit earlier. I always kind of assumed that these were real people kind of working out what they believe, as we all do, in our youth. And what surprised me was that it's the random nature of the people. Like I didn't know it was on the street recordings. I thought that I always kind of pictured a party, right? Like a bonfire, a bunch of people sitting around, kind of partaking a little bit, getting in a different mind space, and just kind of passing around the recorder and sharing. So it's kind of crazy to me that these are actually just strangers, right? A lot of them.
It is. All of it is. It's people that we met here in LA. A lot of them we're people that live on the street. If you're not aware, there's a huge issue with homelessness, in the world and in America and here in LA. And a lot of people aren't used to being genuinely asked how they feel about their reality and the meaning of it and where they're from and where they're going and the reason behind their behavior. And so when you give people the opportunity, and some of the people we were able to help out some as well, it was the things that were just kind of naturally spoken there. They still kind of haunt my dreams.
I imagine so. Yeah, I got to imagine a lot of unique perspectives there in the people that live on the street, because I mean, what do they have to do? They're sitting there contemplating all day. The ones that have the capacity to, of course, there are quite a few, just like any other walk of life, that people are just mindless drones. But the ones that have the capacity to kind of contemplate their existence, I got to imagine that that people who are living on the street, have quite a bit of time to think about that sort of thing, and it probably has quite a bit more meaning to them as they kind of wonder how they got where they are, and even if tomorrow is going to be a thing for them.
Yeah, and there were moments where we were sitting in kind of hostile scenarios there, and some kind of scary moments, but really, like, when people find out that you're not there to preach to them or to tell them what they ought to believe or to rip them off, there's some genius kind of contemplations that just kind of bubble out, and it was amazing.
Right. Just got to kind of earn their trust, right? And they know that you're not
Totally
going to hurt them. And then some of the most generous people in the world, people that have nothing, but they'll share what they have, and even if that's just a bit of their own perspective, that they're happy to do it. So speaking of which, we just happened upon another one. It looks like maybe a grill or something. I don't know. Let's see.
I was standing still, so overwhelmed because I was blown up into all the energies. There were demons in certain people's fields. I was shocked, stunned, and scared, and I stared.
This looks like a Steve Ratter special to me.
A demon, and he was not facing me, but he turned right around and stared at me like whatever that entity was, knew that it was being seen by me, and his whole being shifted. There was this major, powerful collision of energies in that moment.
Okay, so this is something that's a bit familiar to me, this kind of concept of dark spirits kind of leeching on people, and then certain people being able to notice it, and the demeanor of these beings kind of changing once they know that you can see them. I've heard this before. Interesting, to say the least.
Totally. Yeah,
so
it's really interesting to see how far or how unwilling people may be to talk about spirits or the other side and things like that, having to do with death especially.
It's interesting how unwilling people are to kind of have an open mind with this stuff, because when you do, when you just kind of try to, I don't know how to describe it, just learn and contemplate throughout your life and try to see things from other people's perspectives, you start to realize that most of the time everyone are describing similar phenomena, and the way that they kind of define it in their worldview can be very different, and so different to the point that they're not willing to kind of hear what the other person is saying and see the similarities in the things that they believe, which is a shame, right? Because really, no one really knows what the truth is, right? We're all kind of trying to figure out that, and it's kind of a big part of life is trying to kind of figure out what's happening and what the meaning of it all is. But I feel like if people could just kind of listen to one another and keep an open mind, that we would probably advance a lot more quickly in our kind of understanding of our world and kind of
Oh yeah. Yeah, because
existence.
there's knowing something, and then there's the willingness to learn something, and no matter how much you know, there's more to learn, and I think, just like you said, there's things that we can ground ourselves with, but no one really knows what's after we close our eyes for the last time here, and I think it's a really interesting thing to contemplate and to be open to. I don't think you have to be a conspiracy theorist to consider what's beyond the physical reality that's sitting right in front of us.
Yeah, yeah. Um, anyone who has any kind of I don't know. It's weird, right? Because it's very much our ego that kind of gives us our sense of self-preservation. But you would think that if you have a very heightened sense of self-preservation, the thing you'd be worried about the most is kind of what happens after. But it doesn't seem to work that way always.
No,
Right.
it's just what's right now, right?
Right. Exactly. Exactly. So we're here from the very bottom of this place that we've just climbed our way through. You could see this big red sign here for the Palace Theater, which is where we're at. And we've witnessed all sorts of behavior on our way here. Things that most people would consider fun for a while, but we've very much seen people overindulging in every animalistic behavior that currently plagues mankind, and it all has kind of led to this. And we're going to now kind of see where it all leads to. And this is a very interesting scene. Not so much what happens during it, but how it ends is really, really something to think about.
Oh yeah, I love the view out here of the city as well. The art team really killed it with this thing. It's love just sitting here in the city and looking out over these ledges.
Yeah, it was something I mentioned when we first came in. I think this might be my favorite level. Like, I love all of them, but this one with the neon signs and just all of the stuff going on. It's and again the time period that it's in. It kind of gives you a sense of nostalgia, even though this is clearly far before my time. Like a lot of this same like technology and art still existed when I was a child, so it
Oh
kind
yeah,
of throws me into a little bit of a nostalgia trip just seeing some of it in the headset here.
me too. Definitely, it's a place that I go to in my dreams where I'm pulling from elements of my childhood and you know modern things, but somehow there's a consistency to the dream realm, even though it's out of space and time.
You can start to hear some of the weird ambient noise start to work its way in here and kind of change the mood. I always thought these were apples, although I was told earlier that this is all peaches, which is interesting. And now that I know that, I can see it. I can see the seam. But that's interesting. Peach pies for sale at the concession stand.
I remember having a peach conversation with Steve for sure. These are definitely peaches.
So here's Buddy again. Let's see what Buddy has to say.
Buddy, I saw him again. The fire. I could barely breathe. Listen, I just want you to know, no matter how bad things get, I'm here for you.
Yeah, one of the first things we experimented with was seeing yourself in the mirror in VR. It was something we were really excited about from the beginning.
You'd have my back, right?
Yeah, it's cool and super clear too. Like
I know you would.
something you still really don't see a lot of. I mean, reflections have gotten a lot better with the newer engines, but still,
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
you guys
really
kinda killed
it's
it.
really challenging, and I'll let you in on a secret. It's not a reflection.
Oh, that makes sense. Although I did see some convincing reflections in the windows earlier. Although those probably aren't
Oh,
reflections
yeah.
either. I've heard some kind of unique techniques, and I'm very much a layman. I don't understand game development, But someone had mentioned to me recently that there's a way to get this effect by kind of building in like a translucent kind of skybox that kind of moves as a layer as you move past it. Is this some kind of a trick like that you all employed here, or something different?
That's how we do it now. That's kind of a new technique. Really love that. You see it in Unreal 5 a lot. But this actually, what we did, it's crazy. We took the whole bathroom and we mirrored it, and so there's a whole other bathroom on the other side of that one, and there's an actual character moving around behind that mirror that's mirroring your actions.
That's awesome. A means to an end. Very effective. I always found this very interesting. You kind of come up here and listen to the door. And you can tell that there's some...
Yeah, there's something haunted about that space up there. Always, I remember since we blocked this in, it's getting creeped out up there.
Yeah, there's some stuff going on in there. I don't know what it is, but... And so after a while, it's the only the dirty shit that she wants. The pigs at the trough, the naked, sweaty flesh under the leather strap. They're all looking up at her stupid blank faces, tongues out. Watch the pretty birdie. She'll teach you good. So again, this kind of ties into the one we read earlier about the angel kink, right? She likes to watch.
Yep. Yeah, there's some, up to like maybe 4 or 5 letter threads that you can string together here.
Now that we found that, we are welcome in the theater. And here's our thumbnail for tonight's episode. And this is also a background I often use when I do my podcast. I'll throw this up behind me. Again, very cool imagery. I love the shadow effect behind the tree and the lighting. It makes it all seem very real. And as you can see here, again, we just came up through just layers and layers of the city of just people indulging and entertaining themselves, right? The entertainment district. And we get up here and there's a theater full of people about to fall asleep, just bored. Like, these people look like they've had enough and they need some kind of stimulation. Including the dog lady at the piano here.
I've got to give a shout out to the kind of dark comedy thread that's throughout this thing, because that wasn't where my head was when we first started, but the team really kind of infused some just kind of, I would say, enjoyable and lighter moments in here that still really stick to the symbology and to me don't take me out of the kind of feeling of dread. They can kind of add this like weird irony to what you're experiencing.
Oh, we're about to get to that feeling of dread very, very soon. But I do one more time want to commend the art team for the period architecture here. It's just beautiful. Love it.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
So
our team definitely is focused heavily on just spaces and architectural styles. It's so important in games. It really affects everything.
So as soon as you walk backstage, the piano player starts playing. I think there's some stuff over here, maybe. Yeah. Batteries. All right, so this is interesting here. So you start to make your way across the stage. Spotlight's on. And so you want to help these people, right? So you come up, you walk up to them, and you start trying to save them. But it doesn't matter how much you try. There's always more. And again, now the crowd that was earlier just bored out of their mind, they're popping now, man. They're loving this shit. And,
yeah, this scene really kind of like harkens to that feeling that I get sometimes, like, is there ever enough that you could do? Is it really worth it? Is it really worth helping somebody out? Could you really help out? And what's the point of helping somebody out when half the world's on fire?
right, exactly.
and you know, what is that? Is it really worthwhile the little bit that I could do? I think it's a good contemplation question to ask yourself, which, you know, that's your own call.
Right. And for those of you who've never played this before, you could sit here and literally do this for hours. And there will always be more until you ultimately have to give up. And like you just said, it's kind of an interesting metaphor for kind of the struggle in life and trying to help people, and how much are you actually helping them. And as we make our way outside the theater here, you'll see exactly how much you're helping these people. But first, a message from our sponsor. Maybe it could have worked. Grow some wings of your own. Fly up into the clear blue. All that lovey-dovey crapola from here to Sunday. But you and me, we know better. She wants you down in the dirt. Otherwise, how can she be queen? Anyway, this is the kind of the profound part for me, right? So, again, setting the stage, we just made our way through just fucking hundreds of people just indulging to no end. And it all ends here with the suicide show, right? You keep crossing lines, more and more shocking stuff, and it ends here. You try to help people to no avail, or at least you think you're trying to help them, and then you walk out the back door, and you see there's a line at the back. What is this line, you ask? These are the people that are being hung. They weren't in there against their will. They were volunteering. They've been here long enough. They've had enough of all of this, and it's just, all of it has lost its appeal, and they're just ready to be done. So that lady was thrilled that it was her turn to get in there. And so all of that time and struggle you put in to try to help these people, you were really just not helping them at all. Interesting.
Yeah, I love the little letter there too, because that one, like several of them, feels like it comes from Buddy himself as he starts to try and maybe put some blame on Dana, and you know, give you some justification for whatever you're into.
Right. And I love it right after this kind of dark realization you come to when you see this. If you make your way over here, I don't remember exactly what it says, but I want to, as I recall, there's something pretty lovely that this one says. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I remember it anyway. There's flamingos.
Love, it's wonder, it's challenging, it's scary, it's liberating, it's every shade of the rainbow, it's light, it can be dark. Love is totally necessary. I mean, it's the quest, right? Aren't we all looking for love and hungry for love?
So yeah, just a nice little message from a young lady just kind of pondering the nature of love. So a nice little break from the gut punch we just took when we came out the back door. But don't get used to it, ladies and gentlemen, because this game's about to become a horror game again. And the show is over. I love this owl sign here too, by the way. I know it's kind of symbolic in its own right, the owl, right? The creature that sees in the dark, but I just think it looks cool.
Yeah, it's the owl's, you know, an omen and a symbol that I think, you know, really is, it's an ancient one that is very haunting. Sees right through you.
Yeah. So he's back. Buddy just warned us that he's back, and sure enough. these people got what they wanted. Maybe not in the way that they wanted it, but again, like I said, welcome back to the horror game, ladies and gents. Oh, there's Dana.
Yeah, it's always
Absolutely. I'm sorry.
fun to experience the different reactions people have to this. Like, some people don't care at all. Other people are really torn by it. Other people are really enjoying it. It's it's interesting.
Yeah, it's you know, I've talked to a lot of people about this game. Obviously, doing what I do, and we cover it every year. Um, most people don't find any kind of meaning in it at all. Most people don't even understand it. They think it's all 100% shock value. Like it's just how much fucked up shit can we show you in 5 hours?
Which is hilarious to me because it all comes from a really simple concept, which I won't spoil for you, but because I love all the avenues that are open for interpretation.
I remember when we first met.
There was definitely shock value removed from the game before it was added.
Yeah, that's what we'll do. Whenever we do successfully get this remake commissioned, if we don't just completely remake the game and do a whole new interpretation on it, let's do director's cut, right? Let's put all the original bits in there.
Hell yeah.
So one of my favorite things about this game visually is the scale. Everything is so fucking massive. And this is something that you really can't experience on a flat screen. You have to play it in VR to understand what it feels like to stand at the base of one of these gigantic temple-like structures. Kind of crazy.
Oh yeah. From the very start, scale was a huge thing for us. I mean, architecture, like you mentioned, but just the feeling of, being a tiny little speck in a massive place is something, like you said, you can't really have on a flat screen. We had experiences at the very, very beginning of VR with like some, flying in space next to a moon or a sun, that really kind of like made us want to experience that, but in a symbolic and kind of psychedelic way.
It's quite effective, I'll give you that. You invite him home and oh, he's good. And then you roll over to coax another session and his skin is coming off like wet tissue paper, all black and rotted underneath. Sticky hot tar smeared on your thighs.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? Is it human just because it, looks human and moves around, speaks?
Right, exactly. What is
What is? How far does it have to go for us to just accept that it's human or not?
What you expect?
It's funny. It seems like the barrier to entry on that question is pretty low for most people.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, it's pretty. You're right. Typical. It's interesting though. You say that for most people, but let's be honest. We haven't met most people. Like most people that we meet, sure.
True.
But it's a big world. Most people are dead.
That's true.
The vast majority of people that ever lived are dead.
That is a perfect fucking thing to be talking about right now. But you're right. Like, our experiences are all bubbled up.
So here we are. In case you all weren't paying attention, this was not here when I walked in this room. This is something that is sorely lacking from VR games. There's just not enough surrealism, dreamlike state where shit can just change. And we were kind of talking a little bit earlier about the possibilities of modern VR, with the eye tracking and being able to tell where people are looking and more importantly where they're not looking. So much possibility in that space now with what you can do. But
Hell
I
yeah.
love it. I love turning my head and then turning back around and having things just flipped on me.
Me too. Like, been experimenting, since the Condemned and Fear games with look at triggers and horror driven based on look at triggers, and it's one of the most, you know, I would say most effective ways to like allow someone to experience a horror moment without just watching it, but actually feeling like it happened to them.
Yeah, I mean, and even now, like with the eye tracking, like not only do you know where they're looking and where they're not looking, you know where their peripheral vision's at. Like you can have shit subtly moving in the periphery, and then when they focus on it, it just zip, changes on them. Um,
Yep.
just again, the possibilities for creative developers there are just endless. So I'm going to take the
Yeah.
opportunity here, since this is PlayStation VR and I don't have the chat in the headset with me. I'm going to take just a moment to see what people are saying in chat, assuming that anyone at all is still left watching this. We'll take a look. 3:15 a.m., which I guess for some of our audience will be 8:15 a.m.
Whoa.
Yeah, still got a few here. 36 in chat. High Notes is here. Shades of Gray Matter says Wes is reading my mind again. You were with me last year when we did this, weren't you, Gray Matter? I think Gray Matter stayed through the whole thing last year.
Nice.
High
Veteran.
Notes is here. Ian Makako, Steven Ratter. These are your guys, right?
Oh yeah.
Who else is here? Assassin 32. Thanks for staying up, bro. Yeah, thanks everyone. Vast majority of people aren't in chat. Techno Glitch is here. What's up, Techno Glitch? Unruly Cat is here. Says it's exciting to know that there's a new project. Looking forward to it. They've been working on it for probably at least 3 years now, right? 2 or 3 years.
It's something like that. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, thanks everybody for sticking around. It's really a blast to hang out with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you all for staying up late. Mark Pringlesleaf's here. Chris Brown says I could not miss out on this. Yeah. So thanks everyone.
Hell yeah.
So sorry I can't pay more attention to the chat. You guys know it's the nature of the beast with this old technology. Even the new PlayStation VRs, they still haven't figured out how to put the chat inside the headset. It's a shame. But thank you everyone for hanging out. I'll stop and take another look at the next chapter break. All right, let's go. So here's where the game really starts to feel like you're in the maze, right? We keep seeing the maze pop up, and we're wondering if we're in the maze. Are we in hell? Are we making our way there? And is there any hope? And this is really where the game starts to show you that there might not be any hope. So we're back. We're back to where we started at, but it's way different now. Obviously, he's been here, frying people in place. And this is a really interesting level because it lets you choose your directions. But it doesn't matter where you go right now. They're both west. But there are clues as you make your way through it, which way to go. But you can go the wrong way sometimes. So I'll just say that.
And this character you're meeting here on the team, we call him the Auditor.
The Auditor. I like it. Silly Daddy went and broke his neck. And that's why Baby has a crooked back. If Baby can't hold his head up straight, how's he ever going to make Mommy proud? Right, so I think I'm going to... All right, so see, this is what I'm talking about. I absolutely love it. The sign said west. It says west again. I turn my back. I turn back and look at it. It says east. I turn around. I look again. It says west. This is what I'm talking about. People aren't doing shit like this, even now. It's awesome.
It really is. It's a powerful medium. It's crazy. There's a lot we can do, even a lot further than this, I think. But it's it's stuff that came to us immediately when we started playing around in VR that we knew we needed to flex.
Oh yeah,
See what we
yeah.
can do with it.
The technology is so much better now. Not only is everything like a lot more clear, and you can really make things a lot more realistic looking. The thing we just talked about with kind of your control of the player's vision, but probably one of the more profound differences in, especially like the newest PlayStation VR, is the haptics. They have high definition
Yeah.
haptics in the controllers and the headset, and it really adds a whole other layer of what you're able to do in there to kind of immerse players and create surreal experience.
Definitely. Yeah, that PlayStation controller is amazing now.
He knows everything. You can't.
Oh shit. Time to run. Oh fuck, I didn't run fast enough.
Gotcha.
The auditor got me. Again. So cool. Nice little rewarding bit there for doing the wrong thing.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun building these seamless kind of portals back to reality.
Yeah, I like that you never know when you're making it to. Well, most people never know when they're passing a save point. After a while, you can kind of recognize them, but certainly on your first playthrough, you're not going to recognize it at all. Okay, so you think you're in the same spot, right? Right, people? We start to move in the same direction that we did before. Now it's all blocked off. Stacks of suitcases, so we can't go that way anymore. So, are we in the same spot, or are we somewhere else? And here we have the maze again, just like gigantic. Again, cool tattoo, bro. Like that's what I was saying earlier. It was like, if I was on your team, I totally would have gotten that tattooed on me.
Yeah, people always trying to draw on it.
Again, more of these big morphing images. Looks like some different viewpoints from the images we saw earlier.
Yeah, it was. I even remember implementing like some of those effects with Aikus here on these images where the normal maps would start to animate and things like that, kind of on a ramp, on a gradient, and that was something that hadn't been done in VR before.
Or since. I mean, nobody's doing this stuff. That's what I was saying earlier. Is like when I stopped and just started to admire the imagery, and then when I saw it starting to change, and this is before I even had the game. This is when I was playing the demo on Demo Disc 1, right? This is one of the first ever VR experiences I had. When I saw that, that's when I knew I was in something different. Like when I saw this effect here, I recognize this from, you know what I mean? I recognize this effect. I've seen it before. And I was like, wow,
Yeah.
just blew my mind. Still blows my mind.
Hell yeah.
There's so much shadow and oppression. And
yeah, I mean, it's one of those things when you're in a dream or in a psychedelic experience, the world seems to, or the physical reality seems to just kind of bend and blur like that. And there's a lot behind it and a lot that we're not seeing all the time.
Right, and then you can ignore it. Like you don't necessarily have to see it, but it's really when you start to focus on things that it really starts to manifest, just like in the game. You don't see it, you can walk right by it, but if you just stop and pay attention, it kind of reveals itself. Super cool.
Totally.
So again, we really starting to come to the realization that we might be in the maze here, and we might not be going someplace super happy. Now, I don't know exactly what level it's in. It's in one of these later tunnel levels. I noticed, and I only bring it up now because I looked for it last year and I couldn't find it. There's a section that as you're walking through one of these tunnels. Oh, look at this one. This is a padded room with the maze. You can see the maze through the window, or on a, I guess that's an image. Anyway, what I was saying, there's one of these tunnel sequences where if you look at the shadows on the wall, you're not actually casting your own shadow, but it's like a shadow of the train. Like I always kind of wondered, was that intentional or is that some kind of glitch?
There's lots of little tricks like that we played in here, like you just saw an image of where you're standing in the game on the wall. Like definitely we're breaking down reality right here, and you're heading, literally down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, this thing pulsating, it makes you feel like you're kind of moving into the belly of the beast, so to speak. And once you hit a certain point, you can't stop.
This was so much fun to put together. I remember the first time walking through this. Really loved doing the sound design for this too.
You kind of come out on the other side, and again, another familiar scene here. The train's here. This was another one that got me when the first time I played through it. Like, this one scared me. Because my general inquisitive nature, of course, led me down here to explore the train. And then you don't know if you're going to be able to get off of it.
Yeah, we got the little bit of Jacob's Ladder feeling going on here. There's some interesting audio in this space. There's some Aleister Crowley in reverse that you're hearing inside the train.
Well, that's interesting in and of its own self, because people who follow Crowley's teaching, I mean, those people, they try to speak backwards, right? That's their whole philosophy is inverting things. So when you invert Crowley, I mean, that's an interesting thought.
Another one of those things I wondered if we'd get away with.
But you can't really tell what it is. It just sounds like, I mean, from the very moment you start the game, you start hearing whispers and shit in your ears.
Yeah.
So by the time you get here, you've largely started to ignore that stuff, right?
Yeah, it started to ride on your subconscious, and that's right where we want it.
So here you turn around and you see the guys out there, and you're like, oh shit, I'm trapped. Again, don't look at them. They can't hurt you if you don't look at them. They're not there. Well, that's interesting. Crowley. Now that you mention it, it's obvious, but
hell yeah.
Never noticed it before. Alright, so just run like hell away from that. That's how I always deal with this spot. Just get the hell out of there.
There you go.
Batteries. So no other place to go but to backtrack here, or at least you think you're backtracking.
Yep. Yeah, you kind of got lost in a infinite tangent there for a moment.
Northbound, westbound, this way. Well, last time we trusted the signs and it worked out, so Let's go. And again, this very subtle change in the audio sets the kind of sets you on the edge of your seat. Or it creates kind of this tension.
Yeah, these spaces are great for building up score through the kind of environmental audio and kind of blending between music and these kind of catacomb-like hallways.
Demons and angels that we invite into our field, whether we're conscious of it or not. So I can see you, yet there could be so much going on within you that I'm not seeing. There's stuff within me that I'm feeling and I'm picking up on, and maybe I can't even consciously speak on what that is.
All right, so that's the way out, and that's the way out. So I'm gonna go to the way out. So yeah, you've got this nice little blend of like a rhythmic music going on, but every now and then you'll kind of blend in some ambient noise with it.
Yeah.
And I got to imagine this is the sort of thing that you're probably playing around with quite a bit these days, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I got into modular synthesizers, just before the start of this project, and really went deep on that stuff. It's become a huge passion of mine, and going between noise, what a lot of people call noise or drone, and then ending up in a place that has rhythm and melody is just it's something I really love to do. I just notice like a strength in it when people experience it.
Yes, there's a dead horse in the meadow, but don't look at it. Have another sandwich and don't look at it. The sky is so blue, and wow, those flowers, and don't look at it, I said. This is such a perfect picnic. Don't. Yes, the flies, I know. Don't. Right. Alright, so I am... Did we go this way yet? I don't know. No.
Yeah, that note there definitely, once again, it's just like, the way that we choose to live our lives, just stepping over the suffering of others a lot of times.
Yeah, well, I mean, not only that, but it's kind of like how we cope, right? Like,
yeah.
the world gets more fucked every day, and if you dwell on that, like, it'll just smother you. So people kind of just have to compartmentalize now and just push all that stuff back and try not to think about it, and literally have faith, right? If you don't have faith in anything, then this world will crush you. So
yeah, it's hard to keep moving forward.
No exit. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, here we go. Let's descend a little more. Okay. Another one of my favorite scenes. The ticket booth. Or no, this is the information desk, right? Yeah. There's some classic horror stuff going on here. Again, we've been in black and white world for a while now. We have glowing red, which is never good. Walk up to the info booth and turn around. Walls just plastered with flyers. You look at the flyers, it's missing flyers, and the dude in the picture is you. If you have any information regarding your whereabouts, please contact authorities immediately. You were last monitored in your apartment sometime this evening. No unique physical or personal characteristics. Press the button on the call box to alert authorities. And then you sink through the floor as the blood fills the room.
Hell yeah. This actually goes back to one of the vignettes that didn't make the final cut that I'd love to show everybody someday, but where you actually were inside of your own apartment. But one thing one hint I would give people here is that if you like, when you see that picture of Buddy, instead of thinking of one individual, think of everybody. Everybody.
And again, that becomes pretty evident by the end of it, right? But yeah, we have another television going off. I think this is the room of shoes. Just a fucking closet full of them. Which I didn't understand what the meaning of that was until earlier, and then now I kind of get it.
Did Steve mention what that's about?
Well, he mentioned what it was about whenever you're walking up to the ledge and you see the glasses and the shoes sitting there at the ledge.
It's in a lot of things I've worked on with Steve. We've had this kind of recurring theme. It's a really haunting symbol, but it was something that was left behind in a lot of the concentration camps. Was like children's shoes or people's shoes during the Holocaust, and it's just a really, I think, unsettling reminder of atrocities. This whole room, that's what it's dedicated to, is just the atrocities of man that we do to one another.
A lot of that going on these days.
Yeah.
So the audio gets really disorienting here as we start to work in some different hues of colors we haven't seen in the game yet. The audio just really gets completely different here, and almost like a science fiction kind of vibe to it.
Hell yeah. Yeah, we really had a blast, like, being very minimal and then splashing with color, with, types of music, like I was mentioning, and just trying to hold those so they have the biggest impact.
So here's another one of those spots in the game where most people just run right by this and they never notice it. So you have this one little area here that's green, and you really haven't seen green yet. So obviously I want to come over here and explore this a little bit. But most people will walk over here, they'll walk up on the step, they'll look in the room, they'll see nothing here, and they'll just leave. But there's something here, and this is something we saw in like the second level. There's a chair, and it's just pointed at the maze, right? So again, just like earlier, the implication is that you should sit in the chair and look at the maze. I'm gonna grab these batteries and do just that, and check this shit out. This is fucking cool. We start to get that psychedelic pulse again, emanating from the maze, and go. You really have to wait a minute on it. Okay, no. There's more here. I remember it. I'm not.
Oh, there definitely is.
Yeah.
It should trigger for you. Try moving forward or back. Let's see. Try moving up closer to them.
Oh, there it goes.
Awesome.
I love it. It's so good. So again, another hallucination sequence just from, again, staring at a symbol and contemplating it.
Yeah, I love that we were able to put this off of the main path. It's something that, don't really get the opportunity to do a lot of times, but it, to me, just makes it so much more fun to explore this place, knowing that there's things that you may or may not experience.
Yeah, that's literally one of the things I always talk about when I come into this, is like, there's just so much to it that I always notice something new. Now, obviously, this time with your team in the chat and you here, I've noticed about a dozen things that I never noticed before. But there's always one. There's always one thing that I find that I didn't see before.
Hell yeah.
So this is interesting. At this point in the game, you start to see these gates start to take on some different geometry. It's almost looking like a Tool show. You ever see Tool live? They put a lot of this stuff up on the screen.
Oh yeah, sacred geometry.
Yeah. Actually, went and saw Tool 3 weeks ago. Yeah, it was about 3 weeks ago.
Nice.
Okay, here, so there's that dude peeking around the corner at me. So this is something I always kind of wondered if there was ever a way to get in this room here without dying. This office. So you open this door to the office. It looks like the coast is clear. This is clearly where the guy went, right? We saw him run into the room. And
yeah,
if you've never played this before, you're just going to run in here. And this guy, I'll show you what happens by peeking my head through the door here. He's hiding behind the door with a lead pipe. As soon as you walk in there, that guy beats your ass to death. And I always wanted to go and see what was in that fucking room over there, but I've never been able to make it. But even though I already know what's going to happen, I'm going to do what most people would and just keep trying anyway. Get away from me! Oh, I made it. I did make it. What the fuck? Oh, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. Keep running. Oh, well. Okay. Oh, shit. We're here again. The tunnels are changing. Okay, so normally what would happen is I would die in there with that guy. I guess I never ran through all the way, or maybe I did and I don't remember doing it.
There's multiple ways through here, yeah, but yeah, you can make it. I remember working on the level design for this area with Steve quite a bit. That was a lot of timing there that we were trying to make it feel like you couldn't make it, but give you the slightest opportunity.
So the way I typically, if I recall correctly, I'll die in there and then I'll walk out this door and I'll kind of come into this corridor from here.
That makes sense. Yeah, you go through the kind of death dream sequence and then emerge through that door.
Right. Once she put a mouse in a jar, but she forgot to leave any air holes. Just sealed it up good and tight. Not mean, just careless. Funny mouse. He gasped all night before it croaked. Nasty, bloated, dead thing. We all can kind of relate to that one.
Twisted.
Yeah. So here we are. This is where the living tunnel, I think, kind of takes us. Oh no, it's not. Okay, so I know what this is. This is the demo. Literally one of the first experiences I ever had in VR was this. And I think it's interesting that we're here in the latter half of the game. Most of these demos that you see are the first level. But no, not you guys. For some reason, you put one of these like later levels in. And I got to imagine it's probably because of how this sequence ends. It's very memorable, we'll say.
Yeah, we debated it a lot. It was a tough decision, definitely. We didn't really know how the demo situation would end up, with people wanting to buy the game or not afterwards and stuff like that. So it was a tough one.
Well, it sold it to me, man. Like literally, this was one of those first wow moments I ever had in VR was playing this. Although I got to say, I can come up with some pretty like far-fetched bullshit to try to find meaning in a lot of this stuff in this game. But there's something here that I never understood, and I can't even come up with remotely anything that to make this make sense. And that's these fucking hammerhead sharks. What the hell is the deal with these hammerhead sharks swimming through here? I can't come up with
well, it's a good question. Definitely you're experiencing reality breaking down even further, kind of like, and think of what I tell you as kind of a seed of what your interpretation could be. You can interpret it any way you want.
Right.
That was intentional from the beginning. But these are kind of a theme in a few of the games that I've worked on. But they're really menacing to me, and they just represent the fact that physicality is breaking down here.
Okay, cool. So it's just kind of
and whatever else you tell me, Wes.
right. Well, I've tried, and we did get some theories. I remember last year in the chat, some people were coming up with some stuff, but I don't know. I've never been able to really put anything on those. It always confused me.
Yeah.
But yeah. So you're saying it's kind of a small part of a bigger picture here, and that does kind of make sense.
Yeah, it is, and it's also part of an early exploration that we did where we had you walking on the bottom of a full ocean of those sharks and things like that. But feel like it's something that throws you off your path a little bit. A lot of people think they know and they figured out what's going on here by the time they get this far, and there's still more to learn.
Oh yeah. So here's the very notable scene I was talking about a moment ago. You have this, we've seen so much in the art in this game on the walls, but you just kind of have this picture here of this barren desert, and you kind of wonder yourself, what the fuck is with that? We're at a dead end. There's blood all in the floor, and then you turn away and you turn back around, and now there's a figure in the distance, a shadowy figure, and as soon as you notice it, very faintly in your ears, you start to hear sirens going off, just for a moment, to tell you, okay, that's not good. So now you don't want to turn your back to the thing. So I'm just going to kind of walk backwards to the edge so that people can kind of see the infinite void here before we move on. But somewhat of a depiction of the universe, although the stars don't really look like stars, so it makes you wonder what they are. But again, anyone who's kind of contemplating reality, when they look in the sky, they're wondering what that really is. So yeah, and it's just an interesting visual I found here, where the puzzle kind of breaks off, and it's almost like reality itself is just broken off here, and this is kind of the boundary of the physical world, kind of looking out into the infinite.
Yeah, there's your void looking back at you.
Yeah. So we go back to the picture. Now everything turns red. All the light in the room is red. And that little shadowy guy is a much bigger shadowy guy now. And again, with the audio really making it super ominous. And the stairs are gone now. We're trapped. There's that, which is not good. But there's a door. Okay, good. There's a door. But we can't reach the door. What about the guy? Still looking at us? Yep. Try to get out the door. Door's locked. Turn back around. And this is what happens. Run. I don't remember where I saw it at. Maybe it's in your menu, but I think it says somewhere you'll know when to run. It's very true. You know exactly when to run.
Hell yeah.
Alright, so we made it on the train just in time. And here's another very interesting scene where you can kind of start to make out the bigger picture message here. As you start to look out over the landscape and you see the auditor just ripping and tearing through the world and destroying everything. So cool. Again, with the scale of everything is just fucking amazing.
Yeah, the art, the effects team killed it in the scene. Really love it. just the terror of that thing that's been after you the whole time now is bigger, larger than life.
Okay, so we are here. But where is here exactly? Celeste. Alright, so there's some batteries. Grab those. Some burning people up there, of course. Now, as I recall, I think I can go up here. And if you keep going, I think there's a letter up there. Yep, here we are. We're going to take the bandages off now. You just have to be brave, for her sake. Just smile and tell her it's okay. It's bad, I know. But you have to be brave. No, stop. Come back. She's still your daughter. Come back. So this kind of reminds me of one of the letters we read earlier when we first got into the like the industrial section, like after you come out of the sewer pipes and you come outside and there's all those overpasses. There was a letter there that, or maybe it was one of the photos, but it was kind of telling this tale of this girl who was like severely burned when she was very young, and that's what that reminds me of, that specific letter there.
Yeah, definitely. It's a theme here. Yeah, obviously we've seen the auditor and some burnt, kind of corpses and effigy around. Really talking about, once again, atrocities that we commit against one another that, affect everyone. Had a blast playing with the realistic architecture here and then just twisting and turning it and really kind of, pushing you into an uncomfortable place in the labyrinth.
Here we go. The point of no return. Just falling. And we are at chapter 4 now. Take a quick moment to say hello to our friends in chat. 30 people still with us at 3:52 in the AM. Thank you, everyone.
Look at that.
All right, let's see.
Amazing.
All messages.
I see some talk about Here They Lie TV. That there was a thing. I think it was a good idea too. It nearly happened.
Time to Play VR joining us. Good morning, friend. Good to see you. Unruly Cat says the death sequence is genius, really.
That means a lot. Yeah, definitely Ike, who's here on the stream, put a ton of work into that. Not to mention, all the lighting and art and scripting coming from Steve and others on the team.
High notes. Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. All right, let's move on. This only gets more depressing from here. All right, so again, the more we descend through here, the more maze-like this whole thing gets. And as I recall, this part especially is very maze-like. Locked door. Kind of a short sequence, if I remember correctly, but pretty intense. Yep, that's where we're at. So the auditor's down here waiting for us. Don't know where to go. You just go wherever you can. Just don't stop running. Don't look back. The walls are moving, changing on you. Then we find a door and run into the hallway. We find another crate of eels in this weird bedroom where there are heads mounted on the wall. Looks like dog heads. And another letter. They sliced them up slow, one razor thin strip at a time, hours, days, blood dripping on the tile floor. And they took it all down, every word, every scream. I've read the transcript. They say it's a prophecy, but you know, what the fuck do they know?
Yeah, I love inviting the conversation about what all of it could mean, you know, and
yeah,
you know, maybe we're all
some
wrong.
of it. The letters always throw me for a loop, man, because like I can find meaning in some of the stuff in the game, but the letters are always, well, not always. Like sometimes I get what they mean, but sometimes it's just, I don't know, over my head.
Yeah, they really are a rumination from an otherworldly place. I don't want to spoil the kind of core trick here, but they're not all from the same. They're not all from the same perspective.
Well, that makes sense. Oh crap, he got me.
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion about whether or not we should have, you know, actual stealth and death and respawning in a horror game in VR, and we pushed for, you know, having real AI encounters and real danger in the place, just because it feels really hollow when you're experiencing something like this, and you know you can't.
Oh yeah,
You can't
definitely.
You can't die. Yeah.
And when especially when you're talking about these so-called walking sims.
Yeah.
Like if you ask people, is this a game or is this an experience? Most people, their first question they'll ask, and the very most basic definition of whether or not it's a game or an experience, is they'll ask, can you die? Is there a fail state? If there's no fail state, then it's an experience. And if there is, then it's a game. And of course, like everything, there are exceptions to that. But 90% of the time, that's typically a pretty good test. So you gain a lot of credibility, you know, just explaining that to people. Like certain people wouldn't play this if you told them that you're just walking through it and you can't die. Certain people wouldn't even give this a chance. So
Yeah, and I'd be disappointed as well. I think it makes it unique amongst those games, even though, you know, we like to flex some of the same muscles. There's real jeopardy here, and it makes, to me, it makes the experience have more tension, which is really needed when you're dealing with, you know, interpretation and symbology and philosophy.
Yeah.
We don't want it to get, you know, preachy and boring. It needs to have some real jeopardy there.
Where does it start? That's where our brain is. That's where.
And so one thing I'll tell you about this space is you've crossed a large span of time moving into this space.
Right. And it's like so-called time. Like time's not passing, but you're in a different part of the memory, right?
Yeah, you're being shown a different time.
Anything and nothing all at once.
later in the
Anything is
the
possible.
timeline,
It's just
or that
Yeah.
how much
la-
you're open to and
later
willing
in
to believe.
the this is a reflection of a later point in the long since
Yeah.
past timeline. So I want to ask you a little something here about inspiration for this, kind of the design of the game and the design of these levels, because we were talking before you came in about the Inferno from Dante, the Divine Comedy, and back in the early part of the game where the player's like kind of wondering, "Am I in hell?" and you're
Yeah.
constantly descending. You can see a lot of parallels there. You know, Dante
Sure.
descends through the circles. He sees every kind of sinner, which we've kind of seen that as we've made our way through the game. We've seen people who with a proclivity to violence and self abuse and sexual immorality, and we've seen all of that. This is another part that if you're not taking the inspiration from the Divine Comedy, from the Inferno, then you could have fooled me, because if this isn't the river Styx, then I don't know what I'm looking at.
Yeah, definitely was an inspiration, amongst many, but it's an important one. And I think that it goes back to some of the core universal questions that we're approaching in the game. And, I think it's an ancient question. It's an ancient story, one that goes back probably even before writing, where we contemplated these things. But I love hearing you mention the river Styx for sure. That's as I was composing the music for this section, it was definitely something that we talked about and I felt as we were riding through here.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, in terms of like the audio visual experience here, this is just another one of many parts of this game that is unlike anything else I've experienced in VR. It's just fucking cool. Another one of those spots where I wish there was a save point right before it that I could just load it.
Yep.
And show people.
Me too. Yeah, it'd be a blast to be able to just jump into these like little 5 to 10 minute experiences. Maybe someday.
This is crazy. But again, for those of you out there who don't know, as Dante makes his way through the circles of hell, he comes to the river, and he has to cross the river to get to the very lower levels. So it kind of fits that narrative. Although you find out by the end of the game that that's not really what's going on here. Spoiler alert, but certainly what I thought was happening the first time I played through it.
It's definitely a contemplation on death. This section. Yeah, it was a blast building the environment audio for the boat ride as well, using actual whale sounds and modding them through the modular synthesizer and things like that. Had a lot of fun with it.
We've got more distorted voices here yelling at us. Incredible.
Playing with symmetry and a lot of tricks here, avoiding the expensive way of doing these things was the only way we could pull this stuff off. It was really fun trying to be innovative and inventive with that stuff. All these mandalas and kind of mirrored and refracted geometry.
Wow, that's awesome. An awesome experience every time. All right, so here is as we come into Chapter 5. I'll make my last two references to the Inferno. One I made earlier, which is the Roman numerals. Every circle was denoted with a Roman numeral in the Inferno. But the more kind of profound one I'll point out here just in a moment as we leave the tunnel. Right, so as Dante makes his way to the very bottom circle of hell, where he finds Satan or Lucifer or whatever you want to call it, Beelzebub, whatever you want to call it. Most people have their concept of hell of being like the pit of fire or whatever, but in Dante's depiction, when he gets to the bottom, he finds Satan encased in ice. It's frozen. It's not hot. It's not burning. Everything's frozen. And then as we show up here in the fifth level or chapter, we see exactly the same thing. We see everything just frozen over. Go again. Crap. Get away from me. So I enjoyed this level. This is the most game-like level in the game. This is a full-on stealth level. You have to be very careful here. That's why I'm running away. I don't. All right.
Yeah, we really wanted to unleash them on you here. I think Steve and I probably did the majority of this level, which is funny. I remember blocking it out with him from the very beginning. Every one of these encounters. But
So
there's a lot of
this-
great AI work and animation on display too, with these strange, they're humanoid quadrupeds.
What I really like about it is that there's multiple paths through this place. Like there isn't just like one set way to get through here. You're often finding 2 or 3 ways around, and none of them are easy. These guys are everywhere, no matter where you turn. But me being the explorer that I am, my first few times through the game, I had to go in every one of these houses and just look to see what I could find, and that's not easy. But again, I appreciate it, the challenge of it.
Yeah, it was fun to take the kind of training wheels off a little bit here. I think it's like if you're going to talk about a dream-like experience, you need to get lost a little bit and have the chance to make some decisions to try and find your way out.
Yeah, and there's some really interesting stuff you can find in this level too if you look around. Like not necessarily inside the houses, but there's some areas outside here that are very interesting.
Yeah, Ike's reminded me that Roberto Rodriguez did a lot of the really tough AI work here. It was even difficult to get them pathing in here with all the varied terrain. If you notice, this is not a simple base for stealth gameplay at all. It really kind of unleashed Steve and I to do what we really wanted with the layout.
Don't let them see you. Yeah, good advice. Alright, so let's see. I don't think I can go back here. No, I can't. I always found it cool, though, this effect on the mountains. The mountains, some of them, the rocks are kind of just moving and growing.
Yeah. Yeah, we went through a lot of different iterations of that in this level. There was a moment where there was nearly like ocean waves in the terrain here as we were experimenting with it. Definitely gave people trouble in VR. But yeah, everything's kind of swimming in this place. It does feel familiar, but the cracks are definitely showing here.
Yeah, and we see these cables again. These were very prominent as we got to the bottom of the old city. And here they are again, showing us the way.
Yeah.
So can I get in from this side? I can't.
Yeah, that was definitely something that we did a lot of debating on because, a lot of games were like, you can't let people get lost in VR. You got to really keep them on a rail. You got to give them some UI or something. But we didn't want to do that. We wanted to let you kind of figure it out yourself and let your subconscious lead you in the right direction. So just some
Yeah,
hints.
it is interesting because I don't know what it is, but getting stuck in VR is kind of a different thing. You seem to lose your patience a lot quicker with it. Like,
yeah, you do.
Which a lot of that might be, I stream a lot when I play, so you get stuck on the stream. It's all of a sudden the pressure's on, right? You gotta get it figured out. It takes all night to dig it up, and all you get for your trouble is a box of cold cuts. You say you want a pig, but it don't work like that, son. That crank only turns one way.
Nice little note there.
Yeah. Yeah, so this part froze me for a good long while. There's so many of these things crawling all over this place. It took me a minute to get my courage up to get across this. So
we had some really strange stuff in here at one point. There was I'll just give you a little director's cut insight. There was a ritual that was taking place where all these others beings that are here moving around with horns were running in a circle and levitating up off the ground.
That's awesome.
It was very fucking weird.
You got to make that director's cut, man. I need it. So we have a human birdcage in here with a bucket in there. That's kind of disgusting. Let's see. Looking out the back. Nice little backyard scene here with the grill and the swing set. Laundry. There's an old water pump. We used to get water from one of these manual pumps when I was a kid.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
love doing research on stuff like that with Steve and the other artists on our team. It's a blast.
That's one of my earliest memories. My grandpa had one of those pumps at his house, and I was riding around like a big wheel or a bicycle or something at his house, and I drove it off of like this 6 or 7 foot drop, and ended up like busting my head open.
Whoa.
And like, damn. Yeah, they found me in the creek, and I don't remember a lot of it. I was like super young, like 4 or 5 years old. But one of the things I do vividly remember is them taking me up to that water pump and then pumping all that cold ass water over my head to just kind of wash the blood off.
Wow. Damn, there's a memory for you.
Yeah.
Glad you're okay. Crazy.
Yeah, well, that's debatable. So I don't know if I've been back here or not. Like, I thought this looked like a spot that I've been at before. You see all these gas pumps kind of arranged here, like like tombstones, right? But
yeah.
I don't remember being at the foot of this water tower like this. This seems different.
Yeah, this is an optional area over here. You kind of got your, monoliths, tombstones of Middle America, and then there's another path up through the building there.
No, I do. Yeah, I do recall this, and this is one of the spots that I was referring to a moment ago. Interesting places you can find. This is Carhenge, I like to call it.
Hell yeah.
And I always found it interesting that there was this kind of a guitar case with a pair of shoes at the center of it all. And I always wondered what that was all about. Like, does this represent like the legendary crossroads, so to speak, or does that have some other kind of like personal meaning to someone on your team?
You're definitely in the right zone, but I have to let Steve kind of like Steve's the environmental storytelling master, so if he wants to fill us in on any additional info there, but that's what it means to me.
And I will catch it, Steve, even though I'm not watching chat right now. I will be watching this back, and I'll get all of it. So, yeah, if you want to enlighten us,
He
on
says
that, I would appreciate it.
Robert Johnson could be.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I saw it. The suitcase and the guitar case.
To another hobo, and it turned out it was Willie Brown.
If you didn't know, Steve and Max, who I believe is here as well, are DJs. They have a radio show here in LA that they do every Tuesday night called the Molotov Cocktail Hour. Starts at 10 o'clock, but yeah, Steve's definitely a music guy for sure.
So try not to look.
Die-hard Californians, man, staying there even after the great exodus. Like, it's respectable.
Oh yeah, we're post-apocalyptic Californians.
Yeah, most people are in Idaho and Texas now. Like, it's rare to find people sticking with it. All right, so let's back into the danger zone here. Another
I think
picture.
Perhaps more of like a steady faith, but you know, ebbs and flows. But I think perhaps a quieter assurance of right decisions, wrong decisions, or the need to make a change in your life, rather than like the bolt of lightning kind of moment. I think some people naturally inclined, like personality-wise, might process and receive information like that, and others don't.
So I notice as you kind of make your way through these last areas of the game, it seems to be more frequent that you happen to find these pictures, these photographs. Is that by design, or was it just something where like you started to get toward the end of development and you had a lot more of those audio clips that you didn't want to let go to obscurity, so you just had to kind of stick them in where you could?
No, that we had plenty, and we definitely were really careful with where we put them. We ramped it up and kind of specifically chose ones that are meant to be a little bit more serious and possibly more triggering in these areas towards the end.
Yeah, one of my favorite ones are kind of on the way up the mountain here in a moment. Oh crap. Get off of me! Leave me alone. Just gonna take the shortcut, I think. If I can. Just drop off the ledge over here.
There's something creepy and ghostly to me about hearing those voices in this particular environment talking about that stuff.
Here we are at the barn. Or the garage.
Barn garage.
You know, I don't know why they get hassled so much by the law. They're trying to wash everyone out, and sort of fighting back on it. And they're saying
It's really, really difficult to get this much fog into a VR game, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I imagine so.
Yeah. So many experiments with that stuff. You know, between actual volumetrics and faking with fog planes. And in VR, you can you can tell the fake a lot easier than you can on TV.
Oh
So,
yeah, yeah,
yep,
yeah.
to really dive into it.
You don't want those layers of paper fog popping up in your
No.
face. It's interesting. You guys obviously are using it for effect here, but you see a lot of fog in games now, but in most cases, it's like it's used as a cover, right? So like, if you don't have the power overhead to kind of have a suitable draw distance, people will
Oh
just
yeah.
fog everything up so you just can't see.
Yeah. That's kind of fog of war thing, so that you just render less.
Right. You see it a lot in Quest games.
Definitely. Yeah, we definitely got some Silent Hill references in this whole zone here.
I think we found our way out. Back into the tunnels again. It ends where it begins, as it so often does. This area here looks very familiar from an area that's earlier on in the game. But it's kind of mirrored here. This looks like the mirror opposite of it.
Buddy.
Alright, here we go.
Is that you?
One of the big reveals.
Oh, you made it. I can't believe it. What? Buddy? The hell? I can't be. You look so old. But you're not. Wait. Buddy, I don't know what's going on here. You just gotta find Dana, man. She can figure this out.
And once again, I got to shout out to Ricardo Tabone here. He really was so just passionate about making this thing a reality here that really wasn't possible in a lot of ways. Everybody on the team. Yeah.
Yeah. Just basically an invisible wall, but it's a mirror.
You can do this. I know you can.
So letting you move around while you're seeing that stuff was really tough to do.
Plus, it's not one-to-one. I mean, you look on the wall there, you see the maze, but if you turn around, it's the snake.
I'll see you later, buddy.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go.
So the big reveal for those of you keeping score at home is that Buddy was you all along, and all of these kind of sections where Buddy's talking to you about Dana, it's just you talking to yourself. And that's why so often Buddy's describing things that you just saw, is because you're just describing it to yourself.
Yeah, it was funny. I remember a moment I walked into a Guitar Center while we were working on this, and the guy working there, for some reason, I guess he calls everybody Buddy. He just kept calling me that over and over and over and over, and I was just like, I have to fucking leave. This is creepy.
Crap. Alright, so we start to see the flashing traffic lights kind of show us the way here, but again, it's just so populated with these things, it's hard to get through. Should we run for it? Oh, I think I'm just gonna run for it. So yeah, the power cables are so helpful here. Telling you how to get through all that.
Yeah, we had some frustrating play tests that had us all arguing about what we could do.
I dreamt that I was standing on the edge of a cliff and you were there looking so fine. And I said, "Watch this," and jumped. And then I woke up because I was falling and it hadn't been a dream because it had never been a dream. Alright, so here we begin what I think is our final ascent. Although we are going to make a little pit stop here on the side. And go in this place up here. I don't remember what's up here, but I remember there's something up here. Maybe there's not anything up here. Nope. Oh, yep, there is.
Everything in life happens for a reason, period. Everything has led up to this. This is where I'm evidently supposed to be. In order to be where I am, those mistakes had to be made, or I wouldn't be here and who I am today. And that's what my work is all about. It's all inspirational, uplifting.
Had a lot of fun playing with the kind of audio changing between indoors and outdoors in these areas too.
I don't care who you are, fuck you. You could be the Pope, fuck you. You know?
I like that lady and her outlook on life. It's a good way to think about it. Alright, so gotta run. Run. Yet. So her whole deal was that there is no good things and bad things that happen to you. Everything happens for a reason, and even the so-called bad things that happened to you earlier on in life have kind of worked to mold and shape you into who you are, being where you're at. So it's again a good way to look at it. She was a big girl now, too old for imaginary friends, Mommy said. So they all waved bye-bye and went away down the street. All her nice friends gone forever. Except him. Except the dark corner friend with the teeth and the eyes. Again, so unnerving, some of these things.
Yeah, especially in this weird, lost environment. And once again, like, what's left when we take away what makes us whatever it is that makes us human?
Well, I mean, kind of what we start with, right? The blank slate, so to speak.
Or the uncanny one.
Alright, here we go. I think this is the one that I really like. This one always makes me say, hell yeah.
We have this superpower of creativity. You can't take two atoms and beat this shit together and create. If that's the case, keep beating the atoms and keep. I've yet to see you create shit. Think about how stupid our philosophy is, our wisdom. That everything just fell, boom, 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 in natural order. Oh, a tree is gonna grow. It makes no goddamn sense. Our so-called knowledge that we are stupid.
Oh yeah. So basically her whole sentiment there is that anyone that has any kind of ability to contemplate things can see that there's an order to everything, and the idea that everything is just happening by chance. I mean, it's kind of a ridiculous concept, but yet so many of our brilliant minds prescribe to that the only things that are real are things that you can observe and repeat. Wisdom, so to speak, so-called wisdom.
Yeah. Yeah, she really was convincing. I remember speaking with her. She had such like a strong and interesting take on everything. She really let
It's
me
really
have it.
simple. I mean, it's nothing like super complicated, like the
Yeah.
concept. It's actually the simplicity of it's what's makes it so kind of profound.
Yeah.
This part always made me mad because again, I'm one of those guys that likes to go into all the houses and stuff. But some of them burn right before your eyes. I'm like, damn it! There's probably something good in there.
All your batteries. This was an interesting section to work on. I remember at one point we had a lot of trouble getting the auditor to path through this area, and there was one moment where the auditor got way bigger than he should have. There was one moment where there was like 4 auditors. There was some crazy bugs in this section. I think there might be something to look at over the edge too.
Yeah, I know that there's
in the bridge.
I never thought about that. I know there's a little area up ahead that you can kind of move back into. There's definitely some whispers coming from over here. Oh yeah. Oh, wow. So cool. Oh wait, there's another letter here. The fat guy and the kid. Lately they've been traveling around teaching everyone a whole new way to party. Dance the alligator dance like they taught you. Put your hands up, shuffle your feet. Work that noise hole.
Yeah, I love how these things just get more and more unhinged.
Yeah, well, I mean,
did a killer job.
They're pretty unhinged from the start, honestly. I mean, that very first one right next to the typewriter in the first office it paints a pretty crazy mental picture. What the hell? Again? Oh yeah, I know that. Okay, so here we are. This is what I was thinking of. There's a little spot back here. Nothing, no. It's just a save point, looks like, maybe. Makes sense. It's been a while since we've seen Dana.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a little gap there while you were in the darkest part of the labyrinth.
Are you sure?
So here we are again at the beginning.
You want to put everything back together, but it doesn't come without the pain. I thought I was over you, but I have to admit, it was great seeing you after so long. Maybe I was wrong about us.
So it's a replay of the initial scene
I don't know.
of the
It's a big
game.
decision.
The dialogue almost
I'm
exactly
assuming
the
you've
same,
made up your mind.
but a part that she says here that you don't quite notice at the beginning, or maybe it's not even in the beginning, is you want to put everything back together, but it doesn't come without the pain. And that kind of keys you in on where we're going here as we move into chapter 6. And one last time, we'll say hello to our friends in chat here. Mal has joined us. What's up? Mal says, to be honest, this game is longer than I thought. I left a few hours ago. This game is actually not that much longer than you thought. I'm just fucking slow, brother. Let's see here. Unruly Cat, what's up? Good to see you. 34 in chat. We're putting on numbers instead of
we gotta
going. Yeah.
Gotta serve breakfast.
What's up, Metal Game Cat? Solid Fritz. Awesome this playthrough. Please let this come to PSVR 2, he says. Brother, we've been singing that song for a long time.
Let's just keep singing it louder. Let's see.
Even to just even to see this come to other platforms, if this were to come onto like Steam, for example, you could do a pretty straight port and just up-res it, and it would make a world of difference and make it a new thing. Because as beautiful as it is a victim of the era it came out in. Like, the VR is so much better now than it was back then.
Yeah, there's a lot of new tricks, and obviously the hardware is so much better. Yeah, I would love to see it.
I mean, we're in a situation now, man, where these AAA flat games are coming out, and some dude in his basement is working on it for a month and making it into a fully functional VR game with motion controls that he added into it. Like, we're at that now. Like, it's crazy.
That's insane.
I think in the core of humanity is good. People say, oh, you see all the evil. Even the evilest person will have an animal, a dog. I'm talking, we got some...
Steve also makes the best waffles in the world. I wish we could make all of you waffles right now.
I could use a waffle right now. I've been sitting in this headset for a minute, brother.
Why? Because they can
Yeah, I
show
bet,
love.
man.
I think that we are all made of love. I believe at the core of every human being that exists.
Took me 90 minutes to set up for this thing because my
damn.
headset, my whole PSVR 1 setup was in a box, like put away.
Oh my god.
And this
man, thank you so much. Holy shit. That's some work.
Well, there was like unexpected shit that I had to deal with. Like, it never occurred to me, like, I'm on a whole new console now, so I've got to reinstall the game, and the game is not on like my main account, it's on an old account, so I had to go find the password for that, put it in on the thing. Like, there was a lot that went into it, but so worth it. You guys have made it so worth it. Like, it would have been worth it anyway. Like, we do it every year, but you and your team here have made it special. So
this has been a blast, and we won't miss it. This is definitely something that I look forward to every year.
So I love the geometry here, right, man? So you, at a distance, you kind of have the Coney Island thing going on here at your destination, but you know, if you just take a moment and look at it, not only do you have like the all-seeing eye pyramid going on here with the beams shooting out from it, but with the reflection in the pool, you've got the whole like as above, so below sacred geometry thing going on again. Again, just really clever artistic design here.
Thanks for noticing it.
So this was intimidating the first time through. Again, with the whole Dante thing, and my whole like theory the first time around was that I'm going to hell, right? So when I get to this, I'm thinking, okay, I'm here. We're here. We made it. What's going to happen? And then the auditor shows up, which seems to confirm the theory. Then you have the flash, like from a nuclear blast, and when you come back from it, just a sea of charred people. And then Dana shows up, and you get the explanation of it all.
Back, this was all I found. A dead planet with nothing left of you but ashes. So I went away, and I tried to forget you.
These are all scanned family members of the team as well.
Oh, really? Really? That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or did you credit all of them in the end roll?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's one thing I love. You know, getting people involved and getting people just to give us some ideas sometimes or feedback, and like to me, you know, even if it was just an inspiration, everybody should get credit.
This place.
That's an awesome thing to do.
I couldn't remember every detail of
It's
how
like
it was.
a terrible thing not to do, in my opinion. It's so easy to do. It never hurts to give someone credit.
Well, I can tell you from experience, it makes people feel really good and kind of special to see their name on the, you know, something like this that, you know, years of work goes into, and you know, just to have any kind of credit is
totally.
You need to decide whether there's a way forward.
Yeah, it seems like a small thing, but yeah, like you said, that it's not a quick or easy thing to ship anything like this.
Well, I mean,
People put their
especially
hearts
something
into
like
it.
this. I mean, again, the whole reason I love this thing is because it's a subjective work of art, right? So this is something that hopefully doesn't get lost to you know, the technology and something that gets brought along, but it's certainly something that's timeless in its message and in its imagery. It's worth preserving, so hopefully we can convince people of that. Another one of my favorite rooms, this one here, kind of the gilded chamber with the marble maze on the floor.
Oh,
Just,
yeah.
Beautiful in the headset.
Yeah, the materials really start to come together here in a nice way.
So for those of you, again, keeping score at home, Dana just kind of gave us the reveal here. So Dana is the...
Pretty soon, you're going to have to choose whether he lives.
Hold on, I don't want to
or he
interrupt her.
dies. Whether everyone lives or everyone stays dead.
So she's the creator figure, the God figure, and
Sorry to put this burden on you.
it becomes really obvious here as she takes the familiar T pose with her feet crossed. She's the God figure here, and basically, what's going on here with the game is mankind, through its self-destructive nature, has kind of laid waste to the world. Quite frankly, the way that everyone thinks that it's going to go. But the kind of journey that you're on here is kind of a journey of reconciliation with the Creator who created the world, who created you, who obviously loves you, but hates to see what you have done to their creation. So the whole world that we've been traveling through has just been a recreation of what used to be, and as best as she can remember. And she's kind of put you through this journey so that maybe you can reflect on yourself, you being all of mankind. So it's kind of a journey of self-reflection. And here at the end, it basically just asks you a question like, are you worth another chance? And the really cool thing about the game is it lets you decide, It also draws back on some of those choices we made earlier in the game, whether or not to do the quote good thing or the evil thing. This last little bit of dialogue kind of references your choices, which is a cool twist. But there's a split ending here where you can kind of decide that mankind's worth saving and kind of start everything all over again, kind of the reincarnation path. Or you can decide that man's destructive tendencies are just something that is too strong within him, and it doesn't matter how many times you repeat it, you're always going to get the same ending. Am I close to kind of what you're going for here? That's the way I read it anyway.
I think, you know, you can look at it multiple ways, but you've got a really good insight on like the main symbols that are here, and you know, I'd throw in there this
You're on the wrong
kind of
side
reference
the
to Greek mythology as well, and the labyrinth and the Minotaur and the creator there, the puzzle maker Daedalus. But there's a lot here that I hope that people interpret for themselves as well.
Nice. Okay. Cool. So now I've got homework to do for next year. I'm going to go
That's the other choice.
study the Greek mythology a little bit more and learn about Daedalus, so I could maybe spot some of this stuff out next time.
You. That bully in the sewers.
I can't wait to hear what you find.
I see that now. And at the theater, you did everything you could, and all the other things you did in the city. I get it.
So again, here's Buddy.
I understand who I need to be.
Yourself trying to convince you to
it's your call,
to give mankind another chance.
And we're asking you to pull us out. It's what you're here for.
And you have a choice here. You can either bust the mirror and end the game that way, end everything. Or you can pull Buddy through to this side and start again. Which, by the way, is the way that I always go. I always give people another chance. But for those of you interested in how the other way works, on some of my earlier pre-recorded playthroughs, I do both. So, like, if you watch like the last episode of it, you can catch both endings. And
come on, buddy.
I highly suggest for those of you who have PSVR yourself, just to play it yourself. But if not, you can go back and check out one of those videos from like 4 or 5 years ago and catch both endings that way.
This is your final act.
Oh yeah.
Here we go.
Thank you, buddy. I can't thank you enough. Just like I remember. I can't wait to get started.
So there's that line at the end that makes you wonder if you did the right thing. I can't wait to get started. Just the way he says it, like, oh boy, here we go again. But you see the earth light up and come to life again. It's a kind of a beautiful thing. And roll credits. Ladies and gents, that is Here They Lie. Holy shit, what a journey.
Wow, you made it.
I made it again. We did it again.
Amazing.
But again, this by far has been the best one ever. You guys made my night. Shout out to everyone in the dev team that showed up here in the chat. Shout out to everyone in the dev team who may see this later. Again, one of my most favorite experiences I've ever had in VR, and definitely one that I will continue to come back to and decipher more over time. Corey, again, from the bottom of my heart, you have made my week, brother. Thank you so much for offering to do this and actually showing up. It's super cool.
You made my week too. You made my year. I just love to hear people diving into this stuff, even further, and just, you know, love looking back on the time that we had together as a development team making this, and really appreciate that you know, that y'all and anyone cares about what we did. And I know that there was so many people you're seeing here in the credits right now that put a ton into this, like went way above and beyond what you would do for your typical job, and you know, nothing that you see here could I have done by myself. And really, it was one of the best experiences of my life to develop this with that crew, and can't wait to show you, like I said, what we're doing next. But let's keep this going.
Eyes
Yeah,
Out,
Eyes
ladies
Out.
and gentlemen. Look it up on Google. I'm sorry I don't know the website, or I'd plug it for you right now. But
Eyesout.com. Can't miss it.
Eyesout.com. There you go. Again, you'll notice the very striking imagery as soon as you load the web page. And like I said before, the majority of the team are people that worked on Here They Lie. So very likely to get a spiritual successor to this game whenever that one makes its way out. Thanks to everyone in the chat who's still here. 31 strong at 10 minutes till 5 a.m. That's
My
amazing.
Thank you so much. Wow. Unbelievable.
But with that, I think we're going to call it a stream. Believe me, sir, I'm not the only one singing the praises of this game. Like I said earlier, it's kind of gotten a cult following over the years, and hopefully we can keep beating the drum for it enough that we can maybe one day get it on a modern VR platform and really see it in its full potential.
Yeah, I'd love to see that, and I'll push for that. And you know, it just means so much to me, and I know everybody on the team that, like I said, you've been digging into it, that you keep it alive, that that you appreciate it, that you take it seriously, and it gives us just a lot of inspiration and energy for the future, which could involve this as well. And so, really, really appreciate it.
Awesome. You guys know what to do. If you like the video, click the stuff, the red button, the bell, the thumbs up, click all that stuff, share it with your friends, and we'll be back on Sunday. Sunday we're going to do Quest 3 First Impressions. We're going to have some impressions of Genotype, which just came out on the Quest platform, and spoiler alert, it's good. And then we'll probably do a few news stories as well. But good night, everyone, and thank you all. I'll talk to you all soon. And yeah, bye now.
Thank you. Good night.